We're following breaking news as we come to you on the air tonight. Police are working a hostage situation. It's happening right now at a synagogue on Pleasant Run Road in Colleyville. Now let's get right to Alex Rozier. He's on the scene right now. And Alex, what are you hearing right now?
Damon, just a very tense situation in Colleyville. They have us a Good Shepherd Catholic Church. We're about 3/10 of a mile from the scene. As you can imagine, they are keeping us at a safe distance. Albert, if we can pan over this way, I want to give you a look in the direction of where we are this afternoon now. The Synagogue is the Beth Israel Synagogue, the congregation here in Colleyville. We're about 3/10 of a mile. You can see just a few police cars, but again, we're a ways from where this is all ongoing. What we can tell you is that police are reporting that there's a hostage situation. Anyone who lives nearby, near Congregation Beth Israel, it's best for you to stay away as this remains ongoing. We have been here for the last hour. Police are keeping us at a safe distance, and they are keeping neighbors out. We're watching everyone from the local law enforcement in Colleyville to the feds who are on scene, hoping to resolve this situation safely. There are many questions that we don't know. We do not know how many people are inside, how many people are being held hostage. We can tell you that there was a Facebook stream that was up earlier. This congregation, as many do across this country, streams their services, it appears, on Facebook. There was a stream that was live and it was abruptly cut about an hour ago. It is not clear at this time what we were listening to, but there was a feed ongoing as this situation was too. So lots of questions remain. All of us hoping for a safe resolution to this hostage situation at Beth Israel Congregation. Damon.
So much, Alex, and you be careful out there. Thanks for that update. You know, Alex mentioned that there's a massive law enforcement scene in that area right now, and they're urging folks to stay away from the 6100 block of Pleasant Run Road. I believe my colleague Tashara Parker, she's been monitoring some social media, and while she's preparing, I can tell you that we're hearing a lot from our officials tonight, especially on social media. First, from Dallas's Eric Johnson. It says that the mayor of Dallas is saying that he's praying for our neighbors and law enforcement officers in Colleyville. Our colleague Adriana de Alba is also in that area tonight. Yeah. Adriana, you've been out there, you've been watching the response. Pretty tense out there right now, huh?
You know, it definitely is. It's still a really active situation as this is all unfolding. And, you know, as we were driving here, the police scene just gets bigger and bigger. They've pushed us pretty far out now. We're down the block from Congregation Beth Israel. And if you can just kind of pan and show, you can't see much of the action on the side here where we are. This is kind of the media staging area. But if you go further down the block, definitely so much going on there. And police have confirmed to us that they're conducting SWAT operations, and that this is a hostage situation unfolding here at Congregation Beth Israel. This is off of Pleasant Run Road. Now, so many things that we're still trying to figure out at this point because this is all happening so quickly, but we don't know at this point how many people are being held hostage inside. We don't know if anybody is harmed at this point. We sure hope not, but we're kind of standing by, eagerly waiting to hope for, a fine resolution to this and that everybody comes out of this okay. So we're kind of just on standby waiting to learn more from police, but this is still a very active scene. Colleyville Police are here. Obviously, we know the FBI is here helping with those SWAT operations, and at this point we know the people who live in this surrounding area, there's houses all around this area, and the people who live in the neighborhood have been evacuated, and police are asking people to stay away to try to avoid the area. But again, still, so much going on and happening very quickly. I know people kind of watched that moment during the live stream, the services that were happening from inside that synagogue, and we know that has kind of, it seems like they pulled that live feed, but it's just kind of a tense situation that was unfolding. So again, we hope that nobody is hurt, but we will be here following what's happening with the latest. We're live in Colleyville. Adriana D'Alba, back to you.
And Adriana, thanks for that update. I can only imagine the heightened sense of concern, especially as you're mentioning that there's a lot of homes in that area, and police are asking folks to avoid that area, and they've already told us that they've urged a lot of people in that immediate area to evacuate their homes. As people continue to chime in during this ongoing investigation, I can tell you Congressman Colin Allred is also speaking up on this. He tweeted a moment ago, "I'm praying for the congregants in Colleyville. No one should have to fear something like this may happen in their place of worship." And we've seen hostage and SWAT situations like this playing out in other places of worship here in Texas and across the country over the past year. I can tell you, as we recap on what's going on, this investigation is unfolding on the 6100 block of Pleasant Run Road in Colleyville. We're told that multiple law enforcement agencies are on that scene, from local police, state agencies, and federal agencies are also on the way. Again, the Colleyville police are urging people in that area to avoid the 6100 block of Pleasant Run Road, and all residents in that immediate area have been asked to leave their homes as this investigation unfolds. You can count on us to keep you updated both online at WFAA.com and through WFAA's social media channels. I'm Damon Fernandez, and stay with us for the latest on this ongoing investigation. To bring you up to speed on some developing news that we're following out here in North Texas. Police are still working a hostage situation at a place of worship in North Texas. Take a look at this map. It's happening right now at the Congregation Beth Israel on the 6100 block of Pleasant Run Road in Colleyville. Our Alex Rozier has been in and around that scene all afternoon, getting the latest for us. Alex, I understand that you've been moved by law enforcement several times already. How serious is the situation evolving out there?
Yeah, it's very tense, and frankly, Demond, because this situation is still developing, there's so many details that we still do not know. We are in the parking lot at Good Shepherd Catholic Church. We're about 3/10 of a mile from Beth Israel Jewish Synagogue, where this situation is unfolding. I'll tell you that we've been here for a couple of hours now, and we have seen every bit of law enforcement from the Colleyville PD to the FBI that have been on scene trying to assist in this, trying to help this situation come to a safe ending. I believe we do have some video in-house, but this has been ongoing for several hours now, and we don't know how many people are being held hostage inside this congregation. I will tell you that we have been made aware, and we had been watching a live Facebook stream. Many of the churches and congregations across this country stream their services live. It appears Beth Israel here in Colleyville did the same. There was a live stream that thousands of people had been tuning into that abruptly was cut short. We are working to learn more about what exactly we were listening to there. But the bottom line is this situation is still developing. Law enforcement is keeping us a large distance from this. They are evacuating people who live nearby, and everybody is just hoping this comes to an end safely. So we are going to be on scene. They're going to move us even further away now as we try to learn more about what exactly is going on inside that congregation. Damon.
Yeah, thanks so much for that update, Alex, and please be safe out there. We are just learning from our colleagues at ABC that the White House is also monitoring this situation. So many eyes are on this right now, especially considering it's, again, at a place of worship right now. We can tell you that investigators are urging people to avoid that area right now. They've already urged people in that immediate area to evacuate their homes. My colleague Tashara Parker has also been monitoring the situation here. Tashara, many people, local officials, state officials, national political officials have been chiming in on this. What are you hearing so far, Tashara?
Yeah, they have been weighing in this afternoon, Damon. In fact, Dallas Mayor tweeted out saying he's praying for our neighbors and law enforcement in Colleyville. You guys know where this situation is happening. You just heard our recap there early on. Representative Colin Allred also saying he's praying for the congregants in Colleyville, and quote, no one should have to fear something like this may happen in their place of worship. You guys know we've been monitoring this situation since it broke just before. Let me get to my screen here. Just after 11:30, pardon me, police were conducting SWAT operations. This happened at Congregation Beth Israel Synagogue. So if you're just joining us, a quick recap. Congregation Beth Israel Synagogue, this is in Colleyville. An officer on scene there located on the 6100 block of Pleasant Run Road confirmed that it was a hostage incident. So right now, Damon, we're just waiting on more details to come in. It's obvious that this is a serious situation. Still a lot that we don't know. You heard Alex Rozier there. They were a little closer to the situation. They're being moved even farther away. So we're just waiting to learn more details. We continue to update this story on WFAA.com, and it will, of course, as we learn more, continue to update folks on air as well.
And you know, Tashara, a serious and sensitive situation. Our colleagues have been reporting that this incident started to happen as the services were happening at that synagogue this afternoon. So like many churches, the services were being streamed on social media, on Facebook at the time. We do know that, again, this has been going on for a couple of hours now. A large, what Alex Rozier described earlier as a massive law enforcement presence out in that area right now. Again, we do not know exactly what the immediate threat is inside that synagogue right now, but we are hearing that several hostages may be taking place as SWAT responds to, maybe inside as SWAT responds to this hostage situation. Again, other people are chiming in too. We've heard from Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson, also Colin Allred, congressman from Dallas. Craig Goldman, state rep from Tarrant County, he's also tweeting saying, please join me in prayer for the safety of Rabbi Charlie and all the congregants at the Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. Also, gubernatorial candidate Beto O'Rourke among those tweeting out prayers as well. He's saying, sending strength to Colleyville as another Texas community is tragically targeted by a gunman. If you're in the area, please heed the warnings of local officials and avoid the vicinity around the Congregation Beth Israel Synagogue.
And I know early on too, Damon, police were saying all residents in the immediate area were being evacuated. So, of course, as he mentioned there, make sure you heed to those warnings that we're getting from law enforcement. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Tashara, Adriana De Alba, one of our reporters here at WFAA, she's been in that area, and she was also talking a little while ago about how densely populated that area is with residential homes. Adriana is with us right now. Adriana, I know you've been monitoring things. They probably been moving you around as well. What updates do you have for us?
Hey, Damon, I didn't quite catch that last part there because it's so windy, but I can tell you that, yes, very densely populated neighborhood with houses surrounding that synagogue, and it's still a really active situation. But I do want to assure you our crews are safe. We're being kept at a distance for our own safety and security, so we feel good about that. But, you know, we're closely monitoring what's unfolding because we know that it's a very, very heavy police presence here with SWAT operations going on. It's a hostage situation that's unfolding inside of Congregation Beth Israel. You know, started off as a quiet Saturday with people worshiping, and now we're in this very intense situation that we're still trying to learn more details about. And now at this point, we don't know how many people are being held hostage, but Colleyville police have confirmed to us that no one has been injured as of yet inside of the congregation. No one has come out, including the subject who is inside. We know that there are some negotiations going on, but we can't really talk too much about that or can't confirm too much about that at this point. But at some point there was a live stream happening during the service, and it just kind of ended abruptly. We don't want to talk too much about that at this point because we're still trying to learn and piece together what that was all about, and we obviously don't want to interfere with anything that's happening with that investigation and the negotiations that might be going on. But we're out here, we're monitoring, we're trying to learn more, and we sure hope that this comes to an end soon and that everybody who is inside comes out of this safely. Back to you, Damon.
Yeah, Adriana, thanks so much for that update. And I can tell you, because of the sensitivity of the situation, Tashara, you know, police are being very calculated and careful about what information they put out right now. We've been watching this. I know there have been several references to that live stream that went out. Yeah. So many people were looking at that and were questioning the immediate abrupt ending of it. You know, our colleagues at ABC are saying right now that the White House is also monitoring this situation as it unfolds. A lot of eyes, Tashara, on this right now.
And I know we've been talking about, Damon, just that heavy police presence that's out there right now. As far as we know, Texas DPS, of course, confirmed that state troopers are helping the Colleyville police. Of course, Colleyville police are there as well. The FBI also responding to that situation. So it's an ongoing tense situation, and we're just waiting to learn more details. Just to kind of recap what we know from Adriana De Alba, she said, obviously a hostage situation, as we've been reporting. Our reporters are being kept at a distance because of how tense it is. No one injured as far as we know, and no one has come out of that synagogue, Damon.
Yeah, you know, Tashara, it's so unfortunate because Texas law enforcement agencies, unfortunately, are used to this. This isn't the first time that we've seen this type of threat, a hostage threat and a SWAT situation unfolding at a place of worship in Texas. Unfortunately, the latest incident here is in Colleyville. I can tell you, Tashara, we do have a former hostage negotiator, Larry Gordon, he's a sergeant with Dallas PD and an expert in hostage negotiation, on the line with us right now. Sergeant Gordon, thanks for joining us this afternoon. I can't even get to imagine what's going through your mind watching this unfold here in North Texas.
I'm happy to be here with you.
Yeah. So in a situation like this, we see the massive police presence outside this place of worship, Beth Israel congregation in Colleyville. What can you give us an idea of what is happening or what could potentially be happening at the scene right now?
Well, the most important part is we need to determine if these people are actually hostages or not. Okay. And what I mean by that, people think that if a person is just holding a person with a gun, that person is obviously a hostage. And a hostage is basically someone being held for a substantive demand. this person may be demanding something, demanding some type of release of some other person, demanding money, demanding an escape. But if we don't have anything to give that person really is not a hostage. That person's really, we look at that person as a victim. And an example of that, if a husband is holding a wife or something like that,
yeah.
we don't have anything to give that suspect. So you just that's the first thing we have to determine if this is an actual hostage situation or a victim, a potential victim.
Okay, and we know that the law enforcement agencies have been out there for a couple of hours. I can imagine that some attempts of communication with that person taking place.
Oh, definitely. And the big thing is try to get a hold of the person and to determine what he needs, what he wants. Maybe try to end this peacefully, and to see his mind state. And a big thing for negotiators is time. We need time. Time is of the essence. We need time for the SWAT team to get in position, to set up things they need to set up, countermeasures in case it goes bad, and we have to make what we call an emergency assault, emergency rescue of those people that's inside the structure.
Is it uncommon for law enforcement agents to ask the immediate area to evacuate in a situation like this? We understand that with a lot of the attention at the synagogue right now, they're asking people in that immediate area to evacuate their homes and avoid that area, Sergeant.
Yeah, it's what we call a priority of life. And a priority of life is the first person in the priority of life are the hostages. And the next person on that scale is the innocent victims, meaning people that's unaware, that's going inside may just be driving by, or may just be walking their dog, or whatever the case may be. So, and we have to protect those two people on the top tier, the hostages and those innocent victims. So that's just a priority of life that we're trying to get these people out of the location, out of harm's way, in case shots are fired or something happens to that effect.
And Sergeant, how unique is this dynamic? As this started to play out, we understand that that synagogue had its regular Saturday Shabbat services, so they were being streamed on social media. So as this started to play out, we're hearing that a lot of people locally, and it evolved to across the country, started watching this, or listening to it at least, play out on social media. How significant is that when it comes to the law enforcement aspect of trying to keep some of this information sensitive for their investigation, and also keep the public aware of what's going on too?
Well, just by that dynamic alone, I think I have an idea of why this person is doing that. Mm-hmm. Just by you saying that alone, that would be the first thing that I would think of going into that situation. So hopefully, just by that information and the FBI being there, it may have some dynamic of some. I'm not sure saying it is, but judging by the day that it was taking a synagogue of the person that they've seen on a live stream. If I was a bed man, I would bet that it had some type of extremist ties to it.
And Sergeant Larry Gordon, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate that. If there's one last thing you keep with us, one last message that you have to the community, what would that be?
I would encourage the community just stay out of the immediate area, because if the officers have to deal with them coming in the area, it would take time from us dealing with the person that's inside, that's holding the people, 4 or 5 people that's inside there. So I would just advise them just stay out of the area as much as possible.
Sergeant Larry Gordon, thank you so much for your time, and we know that law enforcement, given this situation, they definitely don't need any distractions right now. We appreciate you. You know, Tashara, that's the latest and update from Sergeant Gordon. Expert in hostage negotiation was pretty significant in terms of laying out what these law enforcement agents are dealing with right now and the seriousness of it. You know, I thought it was kind of interesting when he put into perspective that this may not be a hostage situation, but someone who may be asking for help. And so law enforcement has to put that into perspective here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to recap for the folks that are just joining us here this afternoon. We are monitoring what is being called a hostage situation. Happened just before 11:30 in Colleyville Police Department. Again, tweeting that information out early on this morning when all of us started watching and monitoring exactly what's going on. They're conducting SWAT operations. This happened at the Congregation Beth Israel Synagogue. Okay, this is in Colleyville, 6100 block of Pleasant Run Road. Right now, we know that folks that live in the area are being told to evacuate. It's a heavy police present. DPS confirming state troopers are also helping the Colleyville police at that scene. No additional information has been provided as of yet. We do have 2 reporters out there currently working to get more information. We'll have our next update here, Damon, coming up in the next 15 minutes.
All right, thanks for staying with us, and you can always catch the updates on WFAA.com and on all of WFAA's social media channels. Thank you so much. news as we come on air this afternoon. Police are still working a hostage situation at a place of worship in North Texas. Take a look at this map right now. It's happening right now at the Congregation Beth Israel on Pleasant Run Road in Colleyville. Our colleague Alex Rozier has been in that area all afternoon. Alex, you've been moved several times as you're watching this unfold. What's the latest out there right now?
Yeah, it just remains a very concerning situation, and I'll be very frank with our viewers. There's very few details that we have confirmed, and as you may expect with a hostage situation, law enforcement is playing their cards close to their vest, and they're not telling us a whole lot as they work to safely resolve this. What I know for sure is that everyone from the Colleyville Police Department all the way up to the FBI is on scene and assisting with this effort. We are about 3/10 of a mile away at Good Shepherd Catholic Church. The Congregation Beth Israel is right behind us, but law enforcement, for our safety and everyone else's safety, they are keeping us at a distance away. What we can tell you is that we are at a reported hostage situation. We don't know how many people are inside right now. We just know that law enforcement is negotiating with this individual, hoping to bring this to a safe resolution. I can tell you within the hour I had the chance to speak with a man who is a member of the Jewish community, and he is here and he is hoping for the very best. He said he's deeply concerned as he does know some members of this congregation. So we are going to continue to stay on scene here on this very cold afternoon and just hope for a positive outcome to a very scary situation in Colleyville. Demond.
So many people are looking at this right now, from people here in locally, statewide, and also nationally. Eyes are on this, Tashara. You know, as Alex mentioned, a massive police presence, we know, in that particular area, Tashara. Folks have been asked to leave their homes and avoid that area as this investigation unfolds. I know you've been monitoring comments and reaction on social media, and they are in abundance.
Yeah, and a lot of folks are weighing in, as you just heard Damon mention there. City, state, and national leaders weighing in. Mayor Eric Johnson tweeted early on today, praying for our neighbors and law enforcement officers in Colleyville. Representative Colin Allred praying for the congregants in Colleyville. No one should have to fear something like this may happen in their place of worship. Representative Mark Vesey also weighing in. He says, I am closely monitoring the unfolding hostage situation at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. I know the rabbi and his wife Adina very well. I'm praying for his safety and his congregants and hope that this situation is resolved soon. Again, lots of comments coming in on Twitter, folks kind of just sending their well wishes and just sending their prayers and strength to Colleyville as another Texas community. Better O'Rourke here saying, as another Texas community is tragically targeted. So again, we've been watching social media, and I'll continue to share those comments throughout our show, Demai.
Yeah, you know, Tashara, as you mentioned, so many people mentioning praying, sending prayers in right now, and a lot of people from the Jewish community have been speaking out about this as well. They're keeping their eyes on this because this incident happened during a regular Saturday service, and we know that you know, from reports that part of that service was streamed at some point today. So a lot of members in the Jewish community have been waiting and watching this unfold. Our producers tell us that there is an advocate from the Jewish community on Zoom for us to, well, will be joining us in a little bit. So we'll get some perspective there. You know, Adriana de Alba, one of our colleagues who's been out in that area, has also been trying to get some updates for us. Adriana, what can you tell us? Any new information? We know that this is an evolving situation, but information right now is slow to get.
That's right, Damon, and you know, we're just kind of hanging tight and trying to learn more about that investigation as it unfolds right before our eyes. We, you know, it's Saturday. People go to this place for worship, to seek peace. Now you're in this situation where it's kind of moment by moment, and we're bracing for, you know, whatever's to come. We're hoping this is an okay outcome, that everybody is safe. But right now we're, you know, just to kind of let you know where we're at, we're down the road from that synagogue. We are in an area where we're being kept safe and at a distance. This is a big neighborhood with houses surrounding that synagogue. And police tell us right now they're conducting SWAT operations. This is a hostage situation that's unfolding at the Congregation Beth Israel. Now, at this point, we can't tell you or don't know how many people are being held hostage. The good news right now is the Colleyville Police have confirmed to us that nobody has been injured, no one is harmed at this point, but we know that the suspect, whoever is in there, is still in that building and hasn't been able to come out. And we can't confirm how many people are inside, but we know the FBI is here helping. There's a very large police presence. Any moment now, we're hoping to learn some more details about what exactly is happening. But at this point, there are some negotiations taking place. We don't know too many details about that. We know there was a live stream happening during that service where some things were said back and forth. We're still trying to figure out the details of that, and really there isn't much we could share or can say because we're still trying to piece together what happened, and we really don't want to jeopardize anything that's happening with this very serious investigation that's unfolding. But that's the latest from here. We're kind of monitoring this minute by minute, and of course we'll bring you any updates as we learn them.
Yeah, Adriana, you stay safe out there, and we know that whatever late information comes in, you'll definitely report back to us. Tashara, I can tell you that I'm also seeing social media reaction from local faith leaders as well who are chiming in about this. Many of them, in addition to politicians, say that they know the rabbi of that synagogue there and his family, and also some of those congregants. So they're definitely praying for them and concerned about everyone's safety right now.
And I know we heard early on, Damon, for those of folks who are just joining us, a White House official confirming that the White House is also closely monitoring this hostage situation in Texas and is referring any questions, of course, to the FBI and law enforcement. So again, the breaking news situation, we only have so many details. We're sharing with you the information that we have confirmed, the information that we know. The situation is going to continue to unfold. We're posting that information on WFAA.com, all of the information that we're privy to at this hour. Just to recap exactly what's going on with this situation. It's been called a hostage situation at Congregation Beth Israel. This is on the 6100 block of Pleasant Run near Tinker Road and Highway 26. If you are familiar with that area, police telling everyone to avoid being in that area. Even some of the folks who live nearby were told to evacuate. This happened just after 11:30 this morning. We've been monitoring it ever since when Colleyville Police tweeted out SWAT operations were taking place. So again, an ongoing situation, an evolving situation. Lots of folks weighing in on social media, just sending their prayers, hoping that we have a good outcome. Damon.
And Tashara, you know, as this situation evolves, information is changing by the minute. We just checked Mayor Eric Johnson's social media page, and he's tweeting this. As a precaution, Dallas PD is deploying additional patrols to Dallas synagogues and other sites. He says police are working with the Jewish Federation and our local, state, and federal partners to monitor any concerns or threats based on the situation in Colleyville. You know, it's pretty significant that the mayor of the city of Dallas is tweeting that, and we can only imagine or wait to see if any other communities will be following as Dallas PD is doing right now. Again, Mayor Johnson is saying that DPD is deploying additional resources and patrols to Dallas area synagogues and other sites and working with the Jewish Federation and our local, state, and federal partners. You know, Tashara, this only details how significant an investigation like this is in such sensitive times.
Yeah, and you heard Adriana Diablo mention, maybe not in this hit, but in one of those previous hits that we had earlier, this is a densely populated area, lots of homes and houses in this area surrounding that synagogue. Our crew has been moved a couple of times for their safety, so they are in a safe location being kept at a distance. Again, this is a hostage situation. This is in Colleyville. So far, we're hearing no injuries have been reported. Also, no one has come out since we have been monitoring this situation, Damon.
Yeah, you know, Tashara, just to put it into perspective, as journalists, we've seen situations like this play out before. And you can only imagine that law enforcement is very intentional and calculated on what information they're putting out so early in the investigation to the public, partly because we understand that there's some negotiations and conversations are still happening with individuals inside that building. You know, it's pretty interesting. This has been going on for about several hours now, and no idea when this may end. people are just waiting patiently to see how this unfolds.
Yeah.
And you can see through social media and out in the public, prayers are going into everyone involved, law enforcement and those congregants at that particular synagogue right now.
Yeah, and obviously we're going to continue to break in as we learn more information. It's coming in by the minute. We're also posting it on WFAA.com if folks are continuing to monitor and watch this situation alongside us, because I know a lot of eyes are glued to their TV screens right now.
Yeah, thanks for staying with us, and remember, WFAA.com will have updates there and on our social media channels. We'll bring you the latest in about 15 minutes.
And good afternoon to you. I'm Alex Rozier, live at 4:35 here from Colleyville, where we're monitoring a very tense situation just about 3/10 of a mile from where we are right now at Congregation Beth Israel, a Jewish synagogue here in Colleyville. There's an ongoing hostage situation, and it has been ongoing for several hours now. The bottom line is this: we know very few details, but there are a number of law enforcement agencies working to bring this to a safe resolution. We can tell you that everyone from the Colleyville Police Department to the Dallas Police Department, all the way up to the FBI, they are working this, and so too and a number of political leaders are monitoring this situation. We've seen tweets from Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson all the way up to the White House. They are monitoring this situation in Colleyville. We don't know the number of people inside that are being held hostage. We believe there to be one individual that is holding those people hostage inside Beth Israel congregation. I can tell you that they are keeping us at a safe distance away. We are at Good Shepherd Catholic Church, where there's an mass going on here. The faith community in general, the Colleyville community, very concerned about the situation that we are witnessing. I'll tell you that I did speak about an hour ago with a member from a security network that works to protect Jewish synagogues nationwide, and he told me that back in August, they actually provided a security training, an active shooter type training for the Beth Israel congregation. And now, just a few months later, we have this situation ongoing. We will continue to bring you updates. Our team here is awaiting some word from Colleyville PD. We hope to hear that there is a safe resolution, but the bottom line right now is we just don't know. So we will be monitoring this very closely and bring you the very latest information as we have it. Tune in on television tonight. WFAA at 5 o'clock. We'll be on just 20 minutes from right now. Live in Colleyville, I'm Alex Rozier. That's the latest from here.
obviously the agents said they had it. I got a heavy duty light though, but yeah, I can use my light, but yeah, I can use my light. Yeah, that improvise glow lights.
Fort Worth, this is WFAA News.
We're following breaking news as we come on the air tonight. There's a large and active law enforcement presence on scene of a hostage situation that's happening right now at a synagogue in Colleyville. Thanks for joining us. I'm Damon Fernandez.
And I'm Tashara Parker. Police say no one has been hurt, but we don't know how many people are inside.
Now, this is happening at the Congregation Beth Israel. Again, that's in Colleyville. Police got the call about the situation just before 11 this morning. At one point, the synagogue did have a live feed on the Facebook, but it has since been cut. Now, here's what we know right now. FBI crisis negotiators have been in contact with the suspect. The agency has not said what the suspect wants. All residents in the immediate area have been evacuated.
The White House says it is closely monitoring the situation right now, and we also know President Biden has been briefed on what's happening.
We have team coverage tonight. Let's send it right over to Alex Rozier, who is at the synagogue right now. Alex, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Damon and Tashara, it's simply a tense situation, and the bottom line right now is that everyone here in Colleyville is just hoping for a peaceful resolution and a safe end to all of this. The key thing, as you brought out, no one is injured at this point, but all of this started about 11 a.m. I want to show you some of the video that we captured shortly after arriving on scene. Everyone from the FBI on down to the Colleyville Police Department involved in this, everyone from the White House down to the local city officials here in Colleyville are tapped into what is going on here at Beth Israel. We're about 3/10 of a mile away from where all of this is happening. And I'll tell you that just a few minutes ago, we had the chance to speak with a man who works to provide security at Jewish synagogues nationwide in response to some of the hate crimes that have been happening at synagogues in the past couple of years. And he told me this, they had been here as recently as August. Take a listen.
Our organization was on site in August doing training in this community. We are working to determine what we know as a result of that training that was going on and what was implemented in order to protect this community. We don't know how they got in. We don't know what the condition of the circumstances are. We're sitting here concerned and in fear just as you are.
And I asked him about the specifics of that training. It's basically an active shooter-like training that they put on for these synagogues. And yes, just a few months ago, they were here. But the bottom line, it's a tense situation. Thankfully, right now, we know no one has been injured. But as you may expect, law enforcement isn't saying a whole lot. They have an active negotiation taking place as they work to bring this to a safe end. We're live in Colleyville. I'm Alex Rozier. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. I have Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne on the phone right now. Thanks for joining us this evening, Representative. This is happening in your district.
Yes. I mean, we have been in touch. I've been in touch with the mayor's office. I've been in touch with the chief of police, and I've let them know that our office is at their disposal. Let us know what they need. I've been in touch with Secretary Mayorkas. He gave me an update just moments ago. Talked to the Consul General, who's coming up from Israel, who's coming up from Houston this evening. You're seeing all these teams on deck willing to work together. The FBI is involved as well. At this point in time, we know that no one has been hurt or people have been held hostage. They have evacuated residents in the immediate area. At this point, it's believed that the person who is holding these people hostage has a sister who is located in a facility about 23 miles away, serving an 86-year sentence. She has been dubbed Lady Al-Qaeda by some in the counterterrorism industry, and he is demanding her release. At least at this time, that's what we believe. We don't know where he is from. We can't confirm as he has said that he has actually planted bombs in areas. That cannot be confirmed at this time. And we have no reason to believe that this is not that this is anything but an isolated incident. So again, no one is hurt at this time, but they're actively negotiating with him.
When you spoke with Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, what are you hearing about federal resources being dispatched to other synagogues?
They have obviously notified other synagogues that has gone out, and other. I don't know if you saw the tweet by Mayor of Dallas, Eric Johnson. He is doing the same thing with his police resources. But again, at this time, it is believed that this is an isolated incident.
Yes, I did see that tweet. In fact, we're going to share it here in just a little bit. Is there anything else that you can share from that conversation that people may need to be aware of?
No, I mean, like I said, they're going to continue to negotiate as long as it's possible. They just want nothing but those 4 hostages released, and they're going to do everything that they can to make sure that that happens and it ends in a peaceful situation. Again, we've reached out to local officials, federal officials, letting them know that our office is available for help at any point in time. So we are keeping our head down, we're keeping informed, and we're going to be working with our federal, state, and local partners as much as we can to get a peaceful resolution.
My last question here, any words that you want to share to the individuals inside that synagogue or to members of your district that are watching?
Well, you know, we live in a wonderful community. Colleyville is full of spirit. It is full of common, decent, thoughtful individuals, and those people are all sharing prayer right now to make sure that those 4 people are returned to their friends, returned to their families unharmed. So our prayers are with you. Our prayers are with your family who is going through an exceedingly tough time at this point. But we're doing everything that we can to make sure that your loved ones are returned to you safe and sound.
Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, thank you for your time here this evening.
Thank you.
We want to continue our routine coverage now with Adriana De Alba. Adriana, you've been on the scene for several hours covering this for us today. What are you hearing tonight?
Hey, Tashara, that's right. And it has been 5 grueling hours of this ongoing situation at Congregation Beth Israel. 5 hours. I mean, can you imagine for the people who are inside every minute? We really, really hope that this ends well for them. But we know right now it's still a very active situation with multiple law enforcement agencies involved. I mean, you see the video and you get the scope of what we're dealing with here. This is a hostage situation that we first learned about from police at around 11:30 this morning. And we can tell you there was a service underway when the suspect held people hostage. That service was being live streamed, and it has since been taken down, like you all mentioned. And there's not much we can share about that at this point. I know a lot of people want information, but really we know there's an active negotiation underway, and we don't want to interfere with that investigation that's happening. But still, a lot of unanswered questions right now. Like at this point, we haven't been able to confirm how many people are being held hostage, and Colleyville Police tell us no one has been injured inside, and that negotiations with the suspect are still underway inside. The FBI is on scene here taking the lead. We know DPS is also here. Now, just to kind of give you a scope of where we are here, we're down the block from Congregation of Beth Israel. We're at Good Shepherd's Catholic Church. This is just down the road. There are houses surrounding both places of worship with this pretty big neighborhood here. And, you know, I want to mention one thing is there is Catholic Mass happening right now. People are walking into the Catholic Church, and just down the road you have this hostage situation underway. So kind of a bizarre feeling that you get seeing that, but we are monitoring this, looking for any updates. We hope to learn more soon because there's still a lot of unanswered questions. And again, we really hope that this ends with nobody being hurt. We're live in Colleyville, sending it back to you.
Certainly hopes it ends peacefully, Adriana. Thank you. Please be careful out there. Damon, we're hearing from a lot of our officials tonight as well.
Yeah, that's right, Tashara. You know, first, Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson. The mayor of Dallas says he's praying for our neighbors and law enforcement officers in Colleyville. Mayor Eric Johnson says Dallas police is deploying additional patrols to synagogues across Dallas and other sites. Police are also working with the Jewish Federation along with local, state, and federal partners to monitor any concerns or threats based on this situation in Colleyville. And Representative Colin Allred also saying he's praying for the congregants in Colleyville and, quote, no one should have to fear something like this may happen in their place of worship. You know, it's important to get perspective on situations like this when they happen. So Sergeant Larry Gordon is here tonight. He's a SWAT crisis negotiator. Now, Sergeant Gordon, thanks for joining us. And, you know, we've been watching this play out for almost 6 hours now. We understand that the police and the negotiators are in communication with the subject. Does any of this surprise you right now?
No, I think it's a good thing that you have nothing has happened. It's been 6 hours, and the negotiators, your job is really just to de-escalate the situation and try to get the people that's inside out safely. And a lot of times time is on the police officer side if they use it wisely. So hopefully that's a good sign.
And based on your expertise, we understand that police have evacuated the area. They've urged folks not to go to that area, but we're seeing what has been described as a massive law enforcement presence there. Everyone from local to federal officials are watching this. What exactly has your experience told you about situations in synagogues or temples like this?
The bad thing about that is just the motivation of what this individual is doing. And we've heard, I think we heard the previous guest talk about maybe he wanted a sister released or something like that. So basically he's holding them for a substantive demand. So maybe the officers out there can try to get him to possibly let them go based on the fact that his sister or wherever the situation is that he wants, maybe can give him something, maybe to release a few hostages, and somehow just to get those people out safely without having to do what we call an emergency assault and try to rescue the people.
Yeah, you know, Sergeant Gordon, that's kind of unique. We heard Congresswoman Van Dyne mention that Homeland Security individuals told federal politicians that this may involve a sister who has some kind of controversial political ties. Now, for an individual or subject rather to go into a place of worship and not necessarily immediately harm anyone, but make demands against that person, that's kind of telling to law enforcement in terms of what they want.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing you want to do as a negotiator. You want to know what this person's motivation is. What motivated him to go into this place of business, place of worship, or whatever the case may be, to figure out, okay, this guy wants this, he wants his sister out, he wants money, he wants whatever he wants. And then you work it that way. You find out what the motivation is, you work it and try to get him to de-escalate that situation and figure out how we can get him and everyone else safely. And that's what our job is. And if you know what that motivation is, that's what you want.
Sergeant Gordon, thank you so much for your time and for that perspective. We'll continue watching this unfold. We know that we can call on you to give us some more perspective when needed. We appreciate your time. You know, tonight the nation is on high alert. The Washington, D.C. Police Department also tweeting they're monitoring the situation here in Texas and have increased police presence around places of worship in the capital city. They also encourage everyone, if you see something, say something. Okay, so I want to go over again exactly what's happening. Right now, police and SWAT are working a hostage situation at a synagogue in Colleyville. We don't know how many people are inside right now, but we do know there are no injuries. Now, crisis negotiators are on the scene and in contact with a subject. Now, this is a very sensitive situation and a fluid one. We're on the scene and we will be there throughout the evening. We'll also be sending out breaking news updates online and through our WFAA app. You can download it now on the App Store. I know this is a very scary situation, but we are keeping an eye on this and police are working to do everything they can to make sure everyone gets out of this safely and unharmed. And we will bring you updates throughout this newscast and into the evening.
Okay, want to switch gears here just a little bit. Another big story today, the weather. It's been an extremely windy day in Dallas. So windy you could even see the traffic lights moving around.
Now, but we'll be back with a live report coming up. News 8 at 5 continues after this. And as we come back, we're still following that breaking news in Colleyville, where law enforcement officials tell us a suspect is holding people hostage at the Congregation Beth Israel. We're getting some new information. Both ABC News and the Associated Press have reported that the individual who is holding the hostages is armed. That's according to sources familiar with the ongoing investigation. They also report that at least 4 hostages are believed to be inside of that synagogue, including the synagogue's rabbi.
Alex Rozier has been on the scene all afternoon for us. Alex, this is a very tense, very scary situation for a lot of people.
Yeah, and just imagine 3/10 of a mile, that's where we are right now from where this hostage situation is ongoing, and this neighborhood is simply concerned. We are standing in Good Shepherd Catholic Church's parking lot. There's a mass that is ongoing. The faith community, the Colleyville community, they are praying, they are thinking of, hoping for a positive resolution here. But here's the key right now. No one is injured. We got that update just minutes ago from both Colleyville PD and the FBI, who is reporting to us. But yeah, this is the crisis negotiators with the FBI who are speaking with this suspect. And as you mentioned, it is believed that multiple hostages are being held inside Beth Israel Synagogue. I believe we do have some scene video from what we came upon earlier today. As you can imagine, with this ongoing tense situation, they are keeping us at a safe distance from this scene. We are a number of blocks and they have it shut down on every side, but this is really a collaborative effort with law enforcement agencies from small to large, local to federal, who are trying to bring this to a safe resolution. But what we know is that the details are quite limited here, and we're hoping for the best outcome. That remains the case right now. No one injured as of now in Colleyville, guys.
Absolutely. We're all hoping for that outcome. Thank you so much, Alex. This is an ongoing situation, you guys, but we are on the scene and we will be there throughout the evening. We'll also be sending out breaking news updates online through our WFAA app. Make sure you go and download that from the App Store. in just a few minutes. Stick with us.
And there's still so much to unpack as we continue following breaking news in Colleyville as SWAT is monitoring a hostage situation at a house of worship or a place of worship, a synagogue in Colleyville. This investigation is now in its 6th hour, Tashara.
Yeah, Damon, and we've been watching this situation all day. I do want to let folks know that we are posting those latest updates. You guys know, as it is, anytime there is breaking news, situation is always unfolding. We're updating you on WFAA.com. That's where you can find the latest information. But again, this hostage situation has been going on since just after 11:30. We'll be back here at 6. World News is next.
We continue following developing news as we come on air this afternoon. Police are still working a hostage situation at a place of worship in North Texas. Now, that situation is happening right now at the Congregation Beth Israel on Pleasant Run Road in Colleyville. Police have been there for some 6 hours now. We do have several reporters on scene. Alex Rozier is there right now.
Hey, this has been 6 grueling hours of this ongoing situation at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. Still a really active situation with multiple law enforcement agencies involved, but we do want to show you some video of what the scene kind of looks like and as it's been unfolding hour by hour here in Colleyville. It's a hostage situation that we first learned about at around 11:30 this morning. Now, we can tell you there was a service underway when the suspect held people hostage, and it was being live streamed, and it has since been taken down, but there's not much we can share about that actual live stream at this point because still this negotiation is underway, and we really don't want to interfere with any investigation that's happening at this point. But a lot of people have questions right now, and at this point we're still not reporting how many people are being held hostage. We're waiting for law enforcement to confirm that for us, and Colleyville police tell us this is the good news here. Nobody has been injured inside so far. And negotiations with that suspect, again, are still underway inside. The FBI has been on scene now for several hours. They are taking the lead. DPS is also here in this big neighborhood with houses all around. Residents have been evacuated from this neighborhood as this congregation is still under investigation and still people being held hostage inside. But really, we are just kind of monitoring the situation and hoping that it continues the way it is with nobody being injured, but everybody here really hoping that this comes to a close, because as you can imagine, you go to worship on a Saturday and then it ends with this. So just really unimaginable what the people inside might be feeling right now, but we will continue to monitor this and bring you any new updates.
Thank you, Adriana. We know there's a fluid situation and they move your crew several times, so be careful out there. You know, Tashara, we're hearing a lot from our elected officials right now.
Yeah,
you've been monitoring those responses.
Absolutely, Damon. You know, first, Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson was who we heard from early on. He tweeted this out saying, praying for our neighbors and law enforcement officers in Colleyville. Representative Colin Allred also saying he's praying for congregants in Colleyville and, quote, no one should have to fear something like this may happen in their place of worship.
Okay, so I want to go over again what is happening. Right now, police and SWAT are working a hostage situation at a synagogue in Colleyville. We don't know how many people are inside right now, but we do know there are no injuries. Crisis negotiators are also on the scene right now, and this is a very sensitive situation and a fluid one. We are on scene and we'll be there throughout the evening. We'll also be sending out breaking news updates through our WFAA app. You can download it now in the App Store. And I know this is a very, very scary situation, but we are keeping an eye on this, and police are working to do everything they can to make sure everyone gets out of this safely and unharmed. And we will bring you updates throughout this newscast and into the evening. We'll see you tonight for WFAA News at 6. It's important to get perspective on situations like this when they happen. So Sergeant Larry Gordon is here tonight. He's a SWAT crisis negotiator. Now, Sergeant Gordon, thanks for joining us. And we've been watching this play out for almost 6 hours now. We understand that the police and the negotiators are in communication with the subject. Does any of this surprise you right now?
No, I think it's a good thing that you have nothing has happened. It's been 6 hours, and the negotiators, your job is really just to de-escalate the situation and try to get the people that's inside out safely. And a lot of times time is on the police officer side if they use it wisely. So hopefully that's a good sign.
And based on your expertise, we understand that police have evacuated the area. They've urged folks not to go to that area, but we're seeing what has been described as a massive law enforcement presence there. Everyone from local to federal officials are watching this. What exactly has your experience told you about situations in synagogues or temples like this?
The bad thing about that is just the motivation of what this individual is doing. And I think we heard the previous guest talk about maybe he wanted a sister released or something like that. So basically he's holding them for a substantive demand. So maybe the officers out there can try to get him to possibly let them go based on the fact that his sister or wherever the situation is that he wants, maybe can give him something, maybe to release a few hostages, and somehow just to get those people out safely without having to do what we call an emergency assault and try to rescue the people.
Yeah, Sergeant Gordon, that's kind of unique. We heard Congresswoman Van Dyne mention that Homeland Security individual was told federal politicians that this may involve a sister who has some kind of controversial political ties. Now, for an individual or subject to go into a place of worship and not necessarily immediately harm anyone, but make demands against that person, that's kind of telling to law enforcement in terms of what they want.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing you want to do as a negotiator. You want to know what this person's motivation is. What motivated him to go into this place of business, place of worship, or whatever the case may be, to figure out, okay, this guy wants this, he wants his sister out, he wants money, he wants whatever he wants. And then you work it that way. You find out what the motivation is, you work it and try to get him to de-escalate that situation and figure out how we can get him and everyone else safely. And that's what our job is. And if you know what that motivation is, that's what you want.
Sergeant Gordon, thank you so much for your time and for that perspective. We'll continue watching this unfold. We know that we can call on you to give us some more perspective when needed.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth, this is WFAA News.
And we begin with breaking news. Several law enforcement agencies are on scene of a hostage situation. It's happening right now at a synagogue in Colleyville. They're asking everyone to avoid this area tonight. FBI negotiators say they have made contact with the subject, but they haven't said what he wants. Police say no one has been hurt, but according to AP, that's Associated Press, and at least 4 hostages are being held inside. The synagogue's rabbi is believed to be among them. At one point, the synagogue did have a live feed on Facebook up, but it has since been cut. Thank you for joining us. I'm Damon Fernandez.
And I'm Tashara Parker. We have team coverage tonight. Our Alex Rozier and Adriana De Alba are both in Colleyville working to gather the latest on this developing situation. But first, let's show you where this situation is all unfolding. At Congregation Beth Israel on Pleasant Run Road, that's just up the road from Colleyville Elementary School. If you are familiar with this area, this hostage situation is happening on Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, which is a common time to have people gathering inside a synagogue. Let's start first with Alex Rozier tonight. Alex, very tense situation. Officers remaining tight-lipped with some of those details, rightfully so. I do hear you have some new information.
Yeah, we've been here for several hours now, and we've been watching this situation unfold. We're about 0.3 of a mile away. We're at the Good Shepherd Catholic Church, which is, not too far from where this situation is unfolding. As you mentioned, Tashara, they're keeping us at a safe distance. That's understandably so. I want to show you some of the video that we've taken here. Everyone from the FBI on down is here working to ensure a safe resolution. But at this point, this is ongoing. As you brought out, no one is injured. But just minutes ago, we spoke with the man who knows the rabbi, and that rabbi is among one of 4 people believed to be held hostage inside Beth Israel congregation right now. I want to share with you just a few words on what he told me.
And Rabbi Charlie, I know him for the last 5-6 years. We were part of Interfaith, which he was instrumental in bringing the synagogue, the churches, and the Islamic centers of South Lake and Colleyville here. And also he's part of the Peace Together movement. Same initiative, bringing the different faiths together and just promote peace and harmony.
Promoting peace and harmony, bringing different faiths together, and that is what is perhaps the most heartbreaking thing here, is that is what this rabbi is known for, and that is why so many people here in Colleyville are heartbroken. As I mentioned, we're in the parking lot of the Catholic Church. Mass is just letting out. This whole community right now tense, awaiting the outcome of what could happen. One final note tonight, I did talk with a man who's with a security network, and they go around the country training at synagogues, what is like an active shooter type training, and they did train at Beth Israel back in August. Now, just months later, the hostage situation is ongoing, and everybody here just hoping for a positive resolution. Guys.
Alex, I heard you mention that Mass is going on right behind you. I see folks just ended, rather. I see folks are going to their vehicles right behind you. What has this situation been like for you guys out there on the scene?
It's just, holding your breath. It's really tense right now. This neighborhood is very close-knit, and it's just a bunch of people who are very familiar with Beth Israel. Anybody you talk to, they may have an office nearby or their kids go to school nearby. The Colleyville Elementary and Colleyville Middle School are just blocks from the synagogue. So even if you don't go to Beth Israel congregation, those who live here feel a connection to it. And because they feel that connection, their hearts are hurting tonight as this very tense situation develops.
Alex, thank you.
And tonight, Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson says DPD is deploying additional patrols to Dallas synagogues and other sites in the city just as a precaution. He says police are working with the Jewish Federation and local, state, and federal partners to monitor any concerns that may come in. Our Adriana De Alba is in Colleyville, not far from the synagogue. And Adriana, it's been a pretty tense and interesting situation for you too. I understand that your crews had to move multiple times for safety reasons.
That's right, Damon. We have had to move just from one spot to the other, but we're in that same spot where Alex Rozier is. We're being kept at a safe distance from that synagogue. We're down the block at the Catholic Church, so just making sure that we're safe and still able to give you all this information. But hey, it's been more than 6 hours of this, grueling hours. Can't imagine what it's like for the people who are inside being held hostage, but still a very active situation with multiple law enforcement agencies involved. You see it in that video. If we could show it to you, it's this hostage situation began just after 10 this morning. Now we can report, based on our AP and ABC sources, that the man is believed to be holding 4 hostages, including a rabbi. Multiple sources say the man is demanding the release of a terrorist. Now we can tell you that there was a service underway when the suspect held people hostage. That service was being live streamed and it has since been taken down. Not much we can share about that because we don't want to interfere with any possible negotiations that are going on, but still a lot of unanswered questions. But the good news tonight here is that so far nobody has been injured inside, and we've confirmed that through Colleyville Police. We know those negotiations are still underway. The FBI is on scene taking the lead. DPS is also here, so a very tense situation. And as you can imagine, law enforcement at this point still not releasing too many details because this is still happening minute by minute inside. They can't say too much. It might mess with their negotiations. But hey, this community is watching and praying. The world is watching. The nation is watching. People on edge, really hoping that this ends with nobody being hurt. We're live in Colleyville, sending it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Adriana, and you be safe out there as you help us continue to navigate through all of this. From local politicians and faith leaders, many people are addressing this hostage situation on Twitter tonight. And Representative Mark Vesey says he knows the rabbi and his family well, and he's praying for the safety of all the congregants who may be inside. Jason Whiteley talked to him by phone just a minute ago.
I know the rabbi, I know his wife very well. Our kids used to play together when they were young on Saturdays at play dates. Just a really great family, and so just really praying that this is resolved peacefully. Charlie's a great guy, really down to earth guy. He and his wife are just people that care about other cultures. His wife works at the Multicultural Alliance, which is an organization that works to bring people of different faiths together to promote peace and justice and well-being for people and to bring people together in spite of their differences. And I remember when they first came to Tarrant County, it was probably somewhere around 2004, 2005 or so. And they have just been really involved with the community ever since. And the synagogue that he leads there is one of the smaller synagogues in Tarrant County. As you know, the larger synagogues are in Fort Worth and in Dallas. But Charlie really, hit the ground running with and worked just all the time to really get things going well there. And so I hate that he's having to go through this right now. And again, just hope that everyone makes it out safely. Praying for everyone there.
Tells us that he's reached out to the rabbi's wife and has offered his support. Right now we have Greg Schaefer of Schaefer Security Group on the phone. He's a security specialist. And Greg, I know you've been monitoring this situation as well. It's now going on for more than 6 hours. How significant is the police and law enforcement investigation that we're seeing out there? We understand that from local, state to federal officials are in that particular area, Greg.
Well, yeah, the FBI definitely has a lead on this because from what we know now, there's possibly an international terrorism link to it. But there's a lot of strategy going on right now behind the scenes, a lot of which we can't discuss right now because we don't want to give away any tactics, techniques, or procedures that law enforcement may use in the event that they have to do an assault on that synagogue. And hopefully that won't happen. The most dangerous aspect of these negotiations is always in the first hour, so we're well beyond that. That's good news. And what the FBI and local law enforcement are doing now they're looking at his cell phone, who's he called in the last few days or weeks. They're looking at his social media. They're checking the dark web. Does he have friends? Does he have accomplices? Is anybody else trying to get inside to help him? So they have to set up a good perimeter, make sure that he can't get more supplies in or more personnel in. And also, we want to make sure if anybody does escape, that they fall into the arms of law enforcement. So a lot of stuff is going on right now, but it is a very, very good sign that we are in hour 6 or 7 of this event, and nobody's been hurt or injured.
That perspective, Greg, because I can only imagine that looking at this individual's background is going to be key, and that's one of the reasons why we haven't heard too much information flowing from law enforcement officials, because they want to protect the integrity of this investigation. You know, when this all started to play out, that synagogue was streaming some of its service, and many people across the country heard some portion of what was going on online. And how significant is that social media may have played a part in what information gathering law enforcement had?
You know, it's playing a crucial role right now. We were able to, get a good start on who this individual is and what his mindset is. Why is he doing this? What's the end game he's looking for? And we were able to get a good look into that at the very early onset because of the synagogue having a live stream of their event that was happening during this morning's hours. So it played a significant role. In today's world, everything's live streamed or can be found on social media. So it just in this instance, it's really played a critical role in establishing, again, his mindset and what his rationale is behind doing this. Because we all know that rational thinking, if this is Mr. Siddiqui and it is his sister who's being held in Carswell, that there is no way that the FBI or the Bureau of Prisons is going to release her. So we can't think rationally about why he did this if that's the case.
When you think about this, we've heard from several Congress members who've been briefed from Homeland Security who've mentioned something about the subject may be asking for at least some contact with an alleged sister. Do you think that'll happen?
It depends. That may be a trigger for him that would make him turn violent. We don't know, or I personally don't know, what the relationship he has with his sister, if that is his sister. Again, that has not been confirmed yet by law enforcement that this is Mr. Siddiqui and he is the brother of Afia Siddiqui being held here in Colleyville and Fort Worth, Texas. But before we let him talk to any family member, the FBI has to be very careful, and they will do this to make sure that what that family member says to him is not going to do anything to make him enraged or make him commit an act of violence. Because right now, things are working in our favor. Again, we're in hour 6. Nobody's been hurt. That is a great sign.
And thanks for that sign of optimism there. And I know that we appreciate your time and that perspective as you continue waiting and watching to see how this unfolds, like so many other people will be doing. We appreciate that perspective, Mr. Greg Schaefer.
Thank you.
And we know this is a very sensitive situation and a fluid one. If you've been watching us all day, you certainly know that. Our crews are on scene right now and will be there throughout the evening. We will check in with them during this show and we will update you with the latest tonight at 10. We'll also be sending out those breaking news updates through our WFAA app. Make sure you download it now in the App Store.
Yeah. And even And thanks for sticking with us. We want to get back to that breaking news in Colleyville.
Yeah, authorities, both local and federal, are responding to a hostage situation at Congregation Beth Israel. We want to check back in with Alex Rozier. Alex, you've been there monitoring this situation all afternoon.
Yeah, it's just been a very tense situation. Several hostages inside Beth Israel congregation. We're about 3/10 of a mile away. Law enforcement keeping us at a distance for our safety as they try to bring this to a peaceful resolution. I want to show you some video that we shot earlier in the afternoon. Law enforcement from the FBI on down, people from the White House to the state capitol to city officials here, all involved, a collaborative effort trying to bring this to a peaceful resolution. Earlier in the afternoon, I spoke with a man who said that he provided a security class. He's part of a group that provides training to Jewish congregations across the country. And just a few months ago, they were here at Beth Israel. I want to show you what he said.
Our organization was on site in August doing training in this community. We are working to determine what we know as a result of that training that was going on and what was implemented in order to protect this community. We don't know how they got in. We don't know what the condition of the circumstances are. We're sitting here concerned and in fear just as you are.
And now a hostage situation is ongoing. The important point tonight, no one injured as of now, but FBI crisis negotiators remain on scene trying to bring this to a peaceful resolution as a very tense Colleyville community looks on. Reporting live in Colleyville, I'm Alex Rozier.
We are tracking.
We are still following that breaking news in Colleyville, where law enforcement officials tell us a suspect is holding people hostage at the Congregation Beth Israel. Both ABC News and the Associated Press have reported that the individual who is holding the hostages is armed. That's according to sources familiar with the ongoing situation. They also report that at least 4 hostages are believed to be inside of that synagogue, including the synagogue's rabbi.
And before we go, we want to wrap up everything we know about this developing situation in Colleyville. Authorities are on scene of a hostage situation happening right now at Congregation Beth Israel. That's on Pleasant Run Road. They're asking everyone to avoid this area tonight.
FBI negotiators say they have made contact with the subject. Police say no one has been hurt. But according to AP, at least 4 hostages are being held inside. The synagogue's rabbi is believed to be among them. The new information we have, News 8 crews did see someone leaving the synagogue this afternoon, so we're working to determine how many people remain inside. Stay with us. We'll have more on WFAA.com.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth, this is WFAA News.
And we continue following breaking news in Colleyville, where law enforcement officials tell us a suspect is holding people hostage at the Congregation Beth Israel. We're getting some new information. Both ABC News and the Associated Press have reported that the individual who is holding the hostages is armed. That's according to sources familiar with the ongoing investigation. They also report that at least 4 hostages are being believed to be inside the synagogue, including the synagogue's rabbi.
Alex Rozier has been on the scene all afternoon. Alex, a very scary situation for a lot of people. I know they've been tight-lipped all day, rightfully so, officers have, but I hear you have some new information.
Yeah, we have some breaking news just a few minutes ago. This just in from the Colleyville Police Department. I want to read it verbatim as we just received it into our inbox. Update, shortly after 5 p.m., a male hostage was released uninjured. This man will be reunited with his family as soon as possible, and he does not require medical attention. FBI crisis negotiators continue contact with the subject. Updates will be provided as they become available. So one of the hostages has been released uninjured. We do believe that there are 4 hostages at least, and now one of them has been released uninjured. So we're hoping that more good news will come throughout the night. We have been out here for several hours. We're in the Good Shepherd Catholic Church parking lot. We're about 3/10 of a mile from this Beth Israel congregation where this hostage situation is unfolding. This has involved everyone from the FBI on down to the Colleyville Police Department, the Dallas Police Department. They stepped in and they've assisted everyone in the law enforcement space has come together to try and help bring this to a peaceful resolution. And aside from that, the White House on down to the state capitol to city political officials, they are involved in this too, doing whatever they can to help. I want to show you some video that we shot just a few hours ago, and this just kind of gives you an idea of how much law enforcement presence is here. They are keeping us at quite a distance away for our safety, which we truly appreciate. And yes, they are not saying a whole lot as they continue this negotiation as this hostage situation develops. But one of the people believed to be held hostage is the rabbi at this congregation, and I spoke with someone about an hour ago who knows him.
And Rabbi Charlie, I've known him for the last 5-6 years. We were part of Interfaith, which he was instrumental in bringing the synagogue, the churches, and the Islamic centers of South Lake and Colleyville here. And also he's part of the Peace Together movement. Same initiative, bringing the different faiths together and just promote peace and harmony.
And that gentleman's from the Islamic Center of South Lake, and he came here just to bring out just how much this man brought faith together, brought people together, and he said that's really what's the most heartbreaking thing about all of this. Now, as I mentioned at the top of this hit, there is one hostage who has been released. We don't know who that person is. If it is the rabbi, that is unclear. All we know is that one person has been released uninjured. One final note tonight, it was earlier this afternoon, I spoke with a gentleman who's in this parking lot right now. He's with the security network that goes across the country into Jewish synagogues and trains them, kind of a active shooter-like training. And he was here in August. He went through an active shooter-like training with Beth Israel's congregation, and now just a few months later, they have a hostage situation ongoing. The Colleyville community looks on. People here at Good Shepherd Catholic Church where I'm standing, they just let mass out just a few minutes ago. I know they say they are praying for them, as are many people across this country tonight as we wait to hear how this plays out.
Yeah, in fact, we're all praying for them. Alex, thank you so much for that update. Again, if you missed any of what Alex just mentioned there at the top of his hit, breaking news that we had from the Colleyville Police Department. They provided an update just after 5 p.m. At least one person, one hostage was released. As you guys know, this is an ongoing situation, but we are on the scene and will be throughout the evening. We'll also send out breaking news updates online through our WFAA app. You guys know you can download it in our app store.
And you can continue following us on WFAA.com. We'll see you next time.
Alex Rozier has been on the scene all afternoon. Alex, a very scary situation for a lot of people. I know they've been tight-lipped all day, rightfully so, officers have, but I hear you have some new information.
Yeah, we have some breaking news just a few minutes ago. This just in from the Colleyville Police Department. I want to read it verbatim as we just received it into our inbox. Update, shortly after 5 p.m., a male hostage was released uninjured. This man will be reunited with his family as soon as possible, and he does not require medical attention. FBI crisis negotiators continue contact with the subject. Updates will be provided as they become available. So one of the hostages has been released uninjured. We do believe that there are 4 hostages at least, and now one of them has been released uninjured. So we're hoping that more good news will come throughout the night. We have been out here for several hours. We're in the Good Shepherd Catholic Church parking lot. We're about 3/10 of a mile from this Beth Israel congregation where this hostage situation is unfolding. This has involved everyone from the FBI on down to the Colleyville Police Department, the Dallas Police Department. They stepped in and they've assisted. Everyone in the law enforcement space has come together to try and help bring this to a peaceful resolution. And aside from that, the White House on down to the state capitol to city political officials, they are involved in this too, doing whatever they can to help.
The situation is all unfolding at Congregation Beth Israel on Pleasant Run Road. That's just up the road from Colleyville Elementary School. If you are familiar with this area, this hostage situation is happening on Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath, which is a common time to have people gathering inside a synagogue. Let's start first with Alex Rozier tonight. Alex, very tense situation. Officers remaining tight-lipped with some of those details, rightfully so. I do hear you have some new information.
Yeah, we've been here for several hours now, and we've been watching this situation unfold. We're about 3/10 of a mile away. We're at the Good Shepherd Catholic Church, which is, not too far from where this situation is unfolding. As you mentioned, Tashara, they're keeping us at a safe distance. That's understandably so. I want to show you some of the video that we've taken here. Everyone from the FBI on down is here working to ensure a safe resolution. But at this point, this is ongoing. As you brought out, no one is injured. But just minutes ago, we spoke with a man who knows the rabbi, and that rabbi is among one of 4 people believed to be held hostage inside Beth Israel congregation right now. I want to share with you just a few words on what he told me.
And Rabbi Charlie, I know him for the last 5-6 years. We were part of Interfaith, which he was instrumental in bringing the synagogue, the churches, and the Islamic centers of South Lake and Colleyville here. And also he's part of the Peace Together movement. Same initiative, bringing the different faiths together and just promote peace and harmony.
Promoting peace and harmony, bringing different faiths together, and that is what is perhaps the most heartbreaking thing here, is that is what this rabbi is known for, and that is why so many people here in Colleyville are heartbroken. As I mentioned, we're in the parking lot of the Catholic Church. Mass is just letting out. This whole community right now tense, awaiting the outcome of what could happen. One final note tonight, I did talk with a man who's with a security network, and they go around the country training at synagogues, what is like an active shooter type training, and they did train at Beth Israel back in August. Now, just months later, the hostage situation is ongoing, and everybody here just hoping for a positive resolution. Guys.
Alex, I heard you mention that Mass is going on right behind you. I see folks just ended, rather. I see folks are going to their vehicles right behind you. What has this situation been like for you guys out there on the scene?
It's just, holding your breath. It's really tense right now. This neighborhood is very close-knit, and it's just a bunch of people who are very familiar with Beth Israel. Anybody you talk to, they may have an office nearby or their kids go to school nearby. The Colleyville Elementary and Colleyville Middle School are just blocks from the synagogue. So even if you don't go to Beth Israel congregation, those who live here feel a connection to it. And because they feel that connection, their hearts are hurting tonight as this very tense situation develops.
Alex Rozier has been on the scene all afternoon. Alex, a very scary situation for a lot of people. I know they've been tight-lipped all day, rightfully so, officers have, but I hear you have some new information.
Yeah, we have some breaking news just a few minutes ago. This just in from the Colleyville Police Department. I want to read it verbatim as we just received it into our inbox. Update, shortly after 5 p.m., a male hostage was released uninjured. This man will be reunited with his family as soon as possible, and he does not require medical attention. FBI crisis negotiators continue contact with the subject. Updates will be provided as they become available. So one of the hostages has been released uninjured. We do believe that there are 4 hostages at least, and now one of them has been released uninjured. So we're hoping that more good news will come throughout the night. We have been out here for several hours. We're in the Good Shepherd Catholic Church parking lot. We're about 3/10 of a mile from this Beth Israel congregation where this hostage situation is unfolding. This has involved everyone from the FBI on down to the Colleyville Police Department, the Dallas Police Department. They stepped in and they've assisted. Everyone in the law enforcement space has come together to try and help bring this to a peaceful resolution. And aside from that, the White House on down to the state capitol to city political officials, they are involved in this too, doing whatever they can to help.
It's important to get perspective on situations like this when they happen. So Sergeant Larry Gordon is here tonight. He's a SWAT crisis negotiator. Now, Sergeant Gordon, thanks for joining us. And you know, we've been watching this play out for almost 6 hours now. We understand that the police and the negotiators are in communication with the subject. Does any of this surprise you right now?
No, I think it's a good thing that you have nothing has happened. It's been 6 hours, and the negotiators, your job is really just to de-escalate the situation and try to get the people that's inside out safely. And a lot of times time is on the police officer side if they use it wisely. So hopefully that's a good sign.
And based on your expertise, we understand that police have evacuated the area. They've urged folks not to go to that area, but we're seeing what has been described as a massive law enforcement presence there. Everyone from local to federal officials are watching this. What exactly has your experience told you about situations in synagogues or temples like this?
The bad thing about that is just the motivation of what this individual is doing. And we've heard, I think we heard the previous guest talk about maybe he wanted a sister released or something like that. So basically he's holding them for a substantive demand. So maybe the officers out there can try to get him to possibly let them go based on the fact that his sister or wherever the situation is that he wants, maybe can give him something, maybe to release a few hostages, and somehow just to get those people out safely without having to do what we call an emergency assault and try to rescue the people.
Yeah, you know, Sergeant Gordon, that's kind of unique. We heard Congresswoman Van Dyne mention that Homeland Security individuals told federal politicians that this may involve a sister who has some kind of controversial political ties. Now, for an individual or subject rather to go into a place of worship and not necessarily immediately harm anyone, but make demands against that person, that's kind of telling to law enforcement in terms of what they want.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first thing you want to do as a negotiator. You want to know what this person's motivation is. What motivated him to go into this place of business, place of worship, or whatever the case may be, to figure out, okay, this guy wants this, he wants his sister out, he wants money, he wants whatever he wants. And then you work it that way. You find out what the motivation is, you work it and try to get him to de-escalate that situation and figure out how we can get him and everyone else safely. And that's what our job is. And if you know what that motivation is, that's what you want.
Sergeant Gordon, thank you so much for your time and for that perspective. We'll continue watching this unfold. We know that we can call on you to give us some more perspective when needed.
And at 8 o'clock on your Saturday night, I'm Alex Rozier coming to you live in Colleyville with an update on the developing story that we've been following since late this morning, just blocks from where we're standing, about 3/10 of a mile from where we're standing at Beth Israel Congregation. There's been an ongoing hostage situation. The good news in the last hour is that one of reportedly 4 hostages has been released, but the crisis negotiations continue. Everyone here in the law enforcement community, from the FBI down to the Colleyville Police Department, they are working this investigation right now. Dallas PD, they are also assisting with this. When it comes to the political world, everyone from the White House down to city leaders here in Colleyville are monitoring this situation. We're coming to you live from the Good Shepherd Catholic Church. They're staging us at a safe distance as this negotiation remains ongoing. A couple of things that I can tell you, and again, the main thing being that at this point, no one is injured, but this negotiation's been happening for more than 8 hours. I spoke with a man earlier today from a organization that goes into synagogues across the country and does types of security training, and he told me that back in August they came to Beth Israel Congregation and they hosted a security training, an active shooter like training, and now 4 months later they have this hostage situation ongoing. Among the hostages, it is reported that one of the hostages is the rabbi. Now, we do not know who of the 4 was released at this point, but earlier today we knew that one of the hostages was the rabbi. Many people across this community have come out today speaking of what a good person that rabbi is, somebody who has really worked across faiths to bring people together, some saying in harmony, and that's why it's so heartbreaking, the situation that's unfolding here tonight. So we are continuing to follow this. We are going to bring you updates as we have them, but it is a very slow negotiation as everyone here in Colleyville, North Texas and beyond, hoping for a peaceful resolution to this scary situation. Live in Colleyville here tonight at the 8 o'clock hour, I'm Alex Rozier. We'll have more updates later in the night. Coming to you live from Colleyville tonight, I'm Alex Rozier, providing the very latest information about what we know at this ongoing hostage situation. It's been a very tense morning, afternoon, into the evening now, as a hostage situation has been ongoing. We are about 3/10 of a mile away from Beth Israel Congregation, that is the Jewish synagogue where this hostage situation is ongoing tonight. Some good news we received just after 5 p.m. One person who was being held hostage was released and is uninjured. Governor Abbott tweeted shortly after saying that there are 3 hostages that remain. All of this taking place since late this morning, and it has continued throughout the afternoon into the evening. And this has taken a huge effort from law enforcement, hoping to bring this to a peaceful resolution. There has been the FBI involved in this, all the way down to the Colleyville Police. They've received assistance from the Dallas Police Department as well. Politically, everyone from President Joe Biden at the White House to Governor Abbott to the local mayor, Richard Newton, here in Colleyville, they are looking on, standing by and providing assistance as they are able. But this community, about 26,000 people here, about a half hour from both Fort Worth and Dallas, is shaken. They are tense tonight. There's been a number of people who have come by this Good Shepherd Catholic Church parking lot, which is where we're staged. The law enforcement keeping us at a safe distance as the situation is still developing just blocks from where we are standing. But people who I've talked to have told me about this congregation. The 4 people inside, it is believed that one of them is the rabbi at the synagogue. Now, we've talked to people who tell us that the rabbi is a peacemaker. He's somebody who works across faiths and brings them together and has been a community leader for some time. Now, we do not know who that one person is that was able to get out of this situation. All we know, based off of what Governor Greg Abbott is tweeting, is that 3 remain as hostages right now. So we are continuing to monitor this closely. We are following updates from the FBI and the Colleyville Police Department, and we really hope to report to you a peaceful resolution, but here at 8:30, we just don't have that answer. So we are going to keep tabs on it and bring you the very latest as we have it. We're going to have another update coming at 9 and 9:30, and then we'll have the very latest at 10 o'clock on television on WFAA. We're live in Colleyville. I'm Alex Rozier.
I'm hearing something else in the background. Are we on? You can go ahead and start. Hey, we're back now. We had some technical difficulties there, but it has been 10 hours since this hostage situation unfolded at the Bethel Synagogue here in Colleyville. This is the Beth Israel Synagogue in Colleyville. This continues to be a really active situation with federal and local law enforcement agencies involved. I want to step out of the way. Not much to show you here because we're at a safe distance down the road from where this is all unfolding, but the FBI is taking the lead on this as that negotiation is still happening. The latest we've learned is that one of the male hostages was released unharmed. We're told he is safe and reuniting with his family. Texas Governor Greg Abbott confirmed there are other hostages, 3 other hostages still inside the Jewish synagogue, including a rabbi. Police tell us that nobody is hurt at this point, thankfully. Now let's take a step back to where this all began. A service was underway at 10 this morning when an armed person went inside and held people hostage. We know that service was being live streamed and eventually it got taken down, but multiple sources say that the person holding them hostage is demanding the release of a terrorist. Now, as you can imagine, it's been a very tense day as this has all unfolded hour by hour. And like I said, it's been more than 10 hours now as the world watches and people really just hoping for a safe and peaceful outcome here. We're continuing to monitor it, and we'll be back with some more updates as soon as we learn more. We're live in Colleyville. I'm Adriana De Alba.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Alex Rozier, live on Facebook here tonight. It is 9:30, and we are in Colleyville following a very tense situation, a situation that has been ongoing since late this morning. Hostages being held inside Beth Israel Synagogue, which is just about 3/10 of a mile from where we're standing. We're standing in the Good Shepherd Catholic Church parking lot right now, and we've been awaiting some new information. I will tell you this, throughout the night, throughout the day, we have been told that 4 hostages were inside with one individual who crisis negotiators were trying to get to come out safely so they could put an end to this situation. It was about 5 o'clock this evening when we learned that one of those 4 people remained or came out uninjured, and Governor Greg Abbott tweeted that 3 people remained hostages inside the synagogue. So here's what we know right now. Just minutes ago, in the distance at Beth Israel Synagogue, we heard a loud bang come from the synagogue. We do not know any specifics of what that may have been. We just heard it. Everyone in this media parking lot heard it as well. So we are awaiting some type of update as to what may have been happening there. But again, what we know right now is that 3 hostages remain, and we are awaiting word from Colleyville PD on what else may come here tonight. I want to send it over to my colleague, Adriana De Alba. Adriana, what did you hear from your perspective just minutes ago?
Hey, Alex, I'm with you on that. I also heard that loud bang. You know, we're all kind of in this parking lot, just to kind of give you a feel for what the situation is. The hostage situation is just down the road at the synagogue. We're at a media staging area at a parking lot down the road. We're sitting around kind of monitoring the situation, and suddenly we heard that loud bang like you described. Now, we don't want to speculate on what that could have been. I heard a loud bang. I was standing next to my photographer, Gary, who said that he heard the loud bang with 3 shots after that. So something is definitely going on. You know, we, of course, can't confirm what that was. We're still trying to learn more, but, you know, it kind of woke us all up around here. We're all kind of moving around and just eager to find out what else happened because, like you mentioned, Alex, at last check, Governor Greg Abbott did tweet out that 3 people were still being held hostage inside of the synagogue. That was after, like you mentioned, at 5 o'clock, a man who was being held hostage was released, thankfully uninjured, reuniting with his family. But at last check, yes, 3 people were still inside of the synagogue. So, you know, we really are just holding on, waiting to learn more. Like the world, you know, like the nation of the world, everybody else that is watching this, you know, it's just kind of a jarring situation with everybody on edge, really hoping everybody is safe. But definitely things have picked up, Alex. I'm going to toss it back to you.
Yeah, it has been quite the day here in Colleyville. This community, about 25,000 people, about 30-ish minutes from Dallas and 30-ish minutes from Fort Worth. This community today shaken. You talk to anybody who's come by this parking lot, just very tense. Everyone feels in some way connected to Beth Israel Synagogue, even if they don't worship there. So we are all waiting for news here, hoping for a peaceful resolution. I'll tell you that I spoke with one man who is part of a security network, and he said that they do training at synagogues across the country and that they did do some type of a security active shooter-like training here just a few months ago in August, and now they have this hostage situation ongoing today. So certainly a scary day, and it has been since this all started in the late morning hours. But now hopefully we're going to have some more developments. And as we head back out here, I do want to go to Adriana, who I'm hearing has some new updates.
Yeah, well, not really a new update, but I just kind of wanted to give you all a little feel for, you know, where Alex and I currently are and sort of what the situation is just down the road. You know, you have this very tense hostage situation at the synagogue, and then less than a mile away, just down the road, we're in the parking lot of the Good Shepherd Catholic Church, and, you know, it was just hold on a sec. I'm hearing that Alex has some new information. Let's go ahead and toss back to you, Alex.
Well, I'm looking at a tweet from Governor Greg Abbott. It is now 9:34. This tweet put out at 9:33 from the governor of Texas. He said, quote, "Prayers answered. All hostages are out, alive, and safe." Again, Governor Greg Abbott saying prayers answered. All hostages are out, alive, and safe. That coming from the governor of Texas at 9:33. Hours after this hostage situation got going, the governor of Texas reporting to the citizens here tonight in Colleyville and beyond that all of the hostages are out and safe. This is the best possible outcome, and it's a story we're going to be sure to follow. We have updates coming up on WFAA at 10, less than a half hour from now on television. We'll bring out updates online as well as we have them. I'm Alex Rozier, live tonight in Colleyville.
Good evening. I'm Cynthia Isaguirre in our Dallas newsroom, and prayers have been answered. According to Governor Greg Abbott, he sent out a tweet about 6 minutes ago from his Twitter account that all hostages in the Colleyville community that were held hostage for about 10 hours today are out, alive, and safe. This all started at Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. This is off of Pleasant Run Road. Colleyville PD got the call about 10:41 this morning that a man had taken 4 hostages there against their will, and that's when this entire situation began. We have multiple law enforcement on scene all day, FBI on scene, Colleyville PD, the Department of Public Safety. But again, we are just now getting word that all the hostages are out alive and that they are safe. Again, we know that hearts have been very heavy tonight. There's that tweet from Governor Greg Abbott sent out 7 minutes ago. I'll read it to you. Prayers answered. All hostages are out alive and safe. That is the only information that we have right now. I have multiple calls into sources, including Colleyville PD, to find out what the situation is with the suspect. We still cannot confirm what has happened with the suspect, only that the most important part here, those hostages are alive. One hostage was released shortly after 5 o'clock this afternoon, uninjured and reunited with family. We know hearts have been very heavy in the Colleyville community tonight, and we are just so grateful for a peaceful resolution to this standoff. We are praying for our Jewish brothers and sisters who have been holding their breaths all night. You can breathe a sigh of relief now that this situation is now over. We have multiple crews on scene. We will bring you a timeline of everything that happened with a full update ahead. News 8 at 10.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth, this is WFAA News.
Our breaking news is we come on the air right now. All 4 people that were being held hostage are safe now. Here is a live look at the Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville, where a suspect held them against their will for 12 hours. We can tell you law enforcement officers are still surrounding the area. They have come from various parts of North Texas and, of course, the FBI. We have multiple reporters and photographers covering this story, but the bottom line is all of the hostages are physically unharmed and safe now. I'm Chris Lawrence.
I'm Cynthia Izaguirre. According to multiple sources, the suspect is dead. In the coming hours, we'll hear from authorities on scene about the suspect, the hostages, and exactly what unfolded tonight. The call came in after 10 this morning. The Congregation Beth Israel is on Pleasant Run Road, not far from the DFW area. And this just in, Chris, I'm being told by Colleyville PD that there will be a media update here in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, we've already been told that 4 people were initially taken hostage, but the suspect released one of them around 5 o'clock this afternoon. And about 30 minutes ago, Governor Abbott tweeted that the other 3 were released safely. And again, multiple sources are telling WFAA that the suspect is dead. We have team coverage tonight.
Yeah, let's begin with Adriana de Alba with what just happened in the last hour. Adriana?
Hey, Cynthia and Chris. Well, things definitely escalated over the last half hour. We were waiting around for details, any updates, and then we heard a loud bang followed by some shots. Now, minutes later, Texas Governor Greg Abbott tweeted out that all hostages were released safe, alive, and unharmed. You know, what a day it's been, and that's truly the outcome that so many all around the world that have been watching anxiously were hoping for, that everybody would be safe. So let's take you back to how this all unfolded, because it's been quite the day. It all began at 10 this morning with a Shabbat service at the Beth Israel Synagogue in Colleyville, a quiet moment of worship when suddenly at 10:41 a.m. police got the call that a person went into the Jewish synagogue and held people hostage. It unfolded during the synagogue's live stream. ABC News confirmed that at least 4 people, including the rabbi, were being held hostage inside. More than 6 hours passed after that. The FBI negotiated with that person. This was a massive scene all day long involving federal, local law enforcement trying to bring it all to a safe and peaceful end. And then just after 5 in the evening, a male hostage was released unharmed, sent to reunite with his family. At that point, 3 other hostages were still inside, but we have since learned that all of the hostages are released and safe. What a day. It's been 11 hours since this hostage situation began. And again, everyone, the hostages are safe. And like you said, Izzy, so many of our sources with FAA have confirmed that the suspect, the hostage taker, is dead, and tonight all of the hostages are alive and safe, like everybody was hoping for. I'm live in Colleyville, Adriana de Alba.
All right, thank you, Adriana. As she mentioned, the other crucial piece to what happened here is the man who took these people hostage. Jason Whiteley has been piecing together the information we've learned. What can you tell us?
Chris, you know, just in the last few minutes since we came on the air tonight, we do have some dramatic new video we want to share in just a moment here. But right now, the situation in Colleyville does have a lot of eyes on it. The White House says President Biden is getting updates on it, as he has all afternoon. Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne, who represents the synagogue, was briefed by Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And the government of Israel was also watching developments from Tarrant County. But let's show you this brand new video we got in just a few moments ago. This is from photographer Josh Stephen. Look at the screen left there. People rushing out the side of this door. We're going to slow it down, show it to you one more time here. This is right after the flashbang was heard there on the scene, like Adriana was talking about. 1, 2 people rushing out. A few moments later, we saw a third person as well, too. Not entirely clear exactly who those individuals are, but it was dramatic video shot by our photographer Josh Stephen on scene there a little earlier this evening, about 15 minutes ago when that happened. You know, listening to the live feed, though, as far as the gunman goes, he said he has several firearms and magazines with ammunition. Federal law enforcement has a name of the individual, but we have not been able to independently confirm exactly who he is. So we have not, we're not reporting his name at this hour. So the big question is, how did he pick this congregation, Beth Israel in Colleyville? That is still uncertain, but he was heard making anti-Semitic remarks on that live stream. The next big question, what in the world did he want there? Over and over, his main demand, we heard, he kept saying that he wanted to speak to a woman on the phone. The Associated Press is identifying that woman as Aifa Siddiqui. She's 49 years old, she is a neuroscientist, and she was a courier for Al-Qaeda back in the early 2000s. Our investigative team discovered that Ms. Siddiqui was briefly enrolled at the University of Houston before transferring to MIT in the 1990s. For the last decade, though, Siddiqui has been locked up in federal prison in Fort Worth. She's currently serving an 86-year prison sentence at the Federal Medical Center Carswell, which is there at the southern edge of Lake Worth near the Joint Reserve Base. She's imprisoned for shooting at U.S. officials in Afghanistan years ago. What the gunman wanted to say to her, though, is uncertain. Her supporters have always claimed she is innocent. She is definitely popular as well. The Washington Post has reported that ISIS has even offered to trade some of its prisoners for Siddiqui's release. That has not happened, though. Tonight, a lot of anxious families with those 3 hostages spending the entire day inside that building. Who were those individuals? Who are those individuals? They got out safely, as we saw a moment ago. WFAA's Alex Rozier is live in Colleyville with more about them. Alex?
Yeah, Jason, the main thing, as you said right there, they are safe tonight, and collectively North Texas and beyond has taken a big, deep breath learning that news just minutes ago. One thing we do know is that the rabbi, we've been told, is among the 4 people held hostage, and that rabbi loved by a lot of people in this area, including one man I spoke with earlier tonight.
Extremely friendly person, a caring person. I've always seen him, even when he talks to the young people, always show his care and his love.
Now, that man is from the Islamic Center of South Lake. As law enforcement work to end this thing tonight, I spoke with a man involved in an organization that provides security training to synagogues. And after the rise in attacks against the Jewish community, he told us his organization provided training actually for Beth Israel congregation here in Colleyville in August. And now, just months later, there was a hostage situation.
Security training looks like active shooter training. It looks like understanding who's within your congregation. It looks like understanding the physical barriers that are required to prevent people from entering without understanding who they are and what their intents and purposes are. It is not a job that we would like to have to do. We would not like to do this job. We would like to be safe.
Colleyville, Texas, a population 26,000 people collectively relieved tonight, and I know so many will be watching in just about 7 minutes when we learn from law enforcement a little more details in their first press conferences since we learned the great news that all the hostages are safe. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Alex, thanks to you, Alex, and our entire team of reporters and photographers there in Colleyville. They've been working so hard throughout the day in the freezing cold. We also want to thank Good Shepherd Catholic Church there in Colleyville, who allowed our reporters to stay in the warmth of their building, use their bathrooms, even gave them coffee and some food tonight. You know, the situation in our own backyard has gained national attention, and so many people, religious beliefs aside, have been sending an outpouring of support. But our Jewish community is hurting right now. I want to bring Damon Fernandez in. Damon, you've been watching this unfold minute by minute today. Jewish faith leaders along with our religious leaders all just came together today, keeping their eyes on what happened at the Congregation Beth Israel.
Yeah, you know, Cynthia, faith leaders across denominations were watching this closely. They're relieved right now, but they've been praying all day, knowing no matter how much they prepared, something like this in a house of worship is unpredictable. A tense day across North Texas as communities watch several law enforcement agencies surround Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. Faith leaders across the area are also concerned.
It always sends shockwaves when faith communities are targeted and under stress in these awful ways.
Their worry growing, learning a man interrupted Saturday's service at the synagogue, holding several congregants, including the rabbi, hostage.
Unfortunately, this is not the first time that a place of worship has been targeted, and many of us have had to respond to those the aftermath in our own conversation, our own context.
Reverend Neil Thomas and Rabbi Andrew Paley are co-chairs of Faith Forward Dallas. It's a diverse coalition of local faith leaders united in a mission for peace and justice. When Saturday's incident began unfolding, that group quickly started reaching out to other faith leaders in the area.
We were able to reach out to rabbis. We were able to do some of the networking that took the pressure off, perhaps, some of the other agencies. And we were able to take care of our own and make sure that we were in solidarity and in prayer for one another.
Rabbi Paley, who's also a police chaplain, says he was asked by law enforcement to head to Colleyville to offer support, so he rushed to the scene.
There was one hostage who was released. He's in good spirits, and was grateful to have the conversation.
Their concern echoed as local municipalities announced they'll be dedicating police and other resources to increase patrols around other synagogues and sites in response to Saturday's situation.
I think that this will again call us together to ensure that we make our places of worship as safe as possible, and to ensure that we get a debrief with each other in how that we make sure that we can try to prevent anything like this happening again.
As they pray for a peaceful resolve, Paley and Thomas believe this incident will result in future training and stronger commitment to peace and unity in communities across North Texas.
We know this is a terrible moment, and this is, again, a moment to demonstrate that we are part of one family that cares deeply about each other.
Faith Forward Dallas tells me you can expect in the coming days, faith leaders will debrief, they'll regroup, and Chris, some will retrain in safety and security protocols.
I'm sure, anytime you get a situation like this, Demond, this can become a learning situation for a lot of officers, is he not just with the department involved, but for other departments as well. They can look at this situation and take things from it.
Yeah, Chris, it's 10:11 right now. If you are just joining us, this hostage situation at the Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville has come to an end. All hostages are safe, and the Colleyville Police Department will hold a news conference in about 3 minutes. It'll be their first in-person news conference today. They have not held one. They have been sending out statements throughout the day. So we are awaiting for them to take the podium there at Good Shepherd Catholic Church. We'll bring that situation to you live as it happens. I can tell you that my sources have told me today that it was, Chris, the FBI hostage rescue team that made entry and brought all of this to a peaceful resolution late tonight. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from a former member of the FBI rescue team and FBI SWAT teams, Greg Schaefer, and he's going to talk to us about what it takes when the FBI makes that decision to make entry in a situation like this.
Yeah, we've got a lot to get to, and we definitely want to bring you that press conference. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you right on the other side. Okay, we are just minutes away from getting a new briefing from authorities there on the scene at Beth Israel Congregation in Colleyville about what has happened in the last hour or so. Even though we know that all 4 hostages are physically unharmed, they are now safe now, there are still many, many questions to be answered here, including what happened in those last moments leading up to this, perhaps some indication about what the negotiations were like over these many, many hours, and that transition from local authorities to the FBI's team that sort of took over the negotiations at some point in the evening. Just to recap, in case you're just joining us, again, this call came in around 10 o'clock this morning. The Congregation Beth Israel, it's on Pleasant Run Road. It's not far from DFW Airport. Authorities tell us 4 people were initially taken hostage, but then 1 man was released by the suspect around 5 o'clock, 5:30 this afternoon. And again, I'd say in about an hour ago or so, Governor Greg Abbott tweeted that the other 3 hostages had also been released safely as well. Again, physically unharmed, mentally, psychologically, spiritually. Those wounds may take quite some time to heal after being through a situation like this. Again, multiple sources are telling FAA at this point that the suspect has also been killed. We will attempt, obviously, during this press conference to try to get some answers on that. I was talking with a friend of mine, a law enforcement friend of mine in the D.C. area earlier tonight, and he was just shedding some light on hostage situations. He has been part of many, and about how hostage takers often see themselves as a victim and the hostages merely a means to an end. As we see now, here's the press conference about to get started. We'll take you there now live.
We do have a couple of brief remarks from the Colleyville Police Department Chief Miller, as well as Dallas FBI Special Agent in Charge Matthew DeSarno. I'm Katie Chamont, the Public Affairs Officer for the Dallas Division, and we're out here together with the Colleyville PIO, so you know how to get in touch with us if there are any questions after the fact. I'll turn it over to Chief Miller.
Good evening, everybody. It's been a long day. Thank you guys for coming out and covering this. My name is Michael Miller. I'm the Chief of Police here in Colleyville, Texas. I'm going to give you just some an update on what happened today. We've been out here all day. This morning at about 10:41, we received a 911 call regarding a disturbance at the 6100 block of Pleasant Run, which is Congregation Beth Israel. It's our local Jewish synagogue. At that time, they were having services, and those services were being broadcast across Facebook and across Zoom. And we began to get information that a gunman had entered the synagogue and taken 4 individuals hostage. At that time, patrol resources responded to the area. We called out our SWAT team, our North Tarrant Regional SWAT team, who responded. We set up a perimeter, and we began to evacuate the houses that were in the local area. We really appreciate all of the people who were inconvenienced by us asking them to stay away from the area, but it was important for their safety. At some point in time, immediately after that, we received some backup support from North Richland Hills SWAT team. I immediately, once we heard there was a hostage situation, I called the FBI. FBI Special Agent Charge Matt DeSarno came out immediately. FBI, ATF, HSI, Texas Department of Public Safety, and all of our local partners all responded as well. We've had nothing but phenomenal support from our state and local law enforcement and federal partners. At some point in time during the times we were negotiating with the subject for a period of time, all day, constant communication with him. He did release 1 hostage in the middle of the incident. That hostage was not harmed, and he's doing well now. The FBI called out the hostage rescue team, which is an elite hostage rescue force out of Quantico, Virginia. They immediately when the SAC called, they got on a plane and flew out here. I think they brought 60 or 70 people from Washington, D.C. to come and help with the situation. Sometime around 9 p.m. today, this evening, the HRT, the hostage rescue team, breached the synagogue. They rescued the 3 hostages, and the subject is deceased. I'd like to thank this is a success due to the partnerships that we have with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. It's been an incredible operation. We've had at least 200 law enforcement personnel here pretty much all day today. We couldn't have done it without them, and we thank them. We thank the community as well. I'm going to turn it over to SAC DeSarno, who's going to talk a little bit about more about the incident specifically, and then we'll be here to take any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Miller. Again, my name is Matt DeSarno. I'm the Special Agent in charge of FBI Dallas, and I'm flanked today by my federal partners from ATF, HSI, DHS headquarters, Texas DPS, and Colleyville Police Department. So today's result, which was 4 safe hostages and the situation resolved, was really a result of a long day of hard work by nearly 200 law enforcement officers from across this region, local officers from across this region, as the chief mentioned, North Richland Hills, Trophy Club, Colleyville, obviously, the FBI, ATF, HSI, and Texas DPS, who you see all over this town today. I'd like to highlight a couple things. You know, we used the North Tarrant Regional SWAT team, who started the engagement here in the morning, transitioned to the Dallas FBI SWAT team, and then ultimately to the hostage rescue team and the Dallas FBI SWAT team holding the perimeter. As Chief Miller said, the FBI's hostage rescue team, I consider one of the crown jewels of our organization. Their mission is to conduct deliberate hostage rescues when necessary. In this case, we had a necessity for that, and they were successful. Very proud of them. I'm also extremely proud of the team of negotiators, FBI agents and local police officers who worked all day long engaging this subject and likely saved the lives of the subjects just through their engagement. It's very likely this situation would have ended very badly early on in the day had we not had professional, consistent negotiation with the subject. I do not have any information right now that indicates that this is part of any kind of ongoing threat. We obviously are investigating, we'll continue to investigate. The hostage taker will continue to investigate his contacts. Our investigation will have global reach. We have been in contact already with multiple FBI legats to include Tel Aviv and London. We've been working closely with Secure Community Network and the Jewish Federation, and I want to continue to do that, and we will continue to do that throughout the country. We do believe from our engagement with this subject that he was singularly focused on one issue, and it was not specifically related to the Jewish community, but we're continuing to work to find motive, and we will continue on that path. In terms of the resolution of the incident, the hostage taker is deceased. We will conduct an independent investigation. My evidence response team will be here to process the scene, and a team from Washington will be here to conduct an independent investigation of the shooting incident, and that's the way we handle those things through our normal standard operating procedure. I will warn you before we take questions that you may be frustrated at my inability to answer a whole lot of questions right now because of the ongoing investigation and the shooting incident that occurred, and I specifically will not answer specific questions about the subject. There's a lot of information out there already about the subject, and we really don't want to jeopardize any potential investigation or any investigative leads into his motives or his potential associates. So we will take questions at this time, if anybody has any.
Have you identified the suspect? Can you talk about why they decided to go in when they did? Did they just see an opportunity, or was he about to act, do you think? Or?
I'll answer the first question. We have identified the subject, but we were not prepared to release his identity or confirm his identity at this time. Sorry, sir, question?
I was just asking, do you know why the HRT decided to go in when they did? Did they just see an opportunity, or did they sense that something was about to happen, that he was about to act, possibly?
You know, that'll all be part of this shooting review investigation, but I can tell you that there was a deliberate decision-making process that I participated in and that the HRT command structure participated in and made entry.
What can you tell us about his demands?
Sir?
What weapons did the suspect claim he had on him? What weapons did he possibly find? Were there any explosives?
I'm going to leave all that to there. A lot of it was out on that Facebook live stream. What was said on that, but I'm not going to add any specific information to that.
Can you tell us about what was said on the live stream?
Well, what was said on the live stream, I can confirm that it was said on the live stream, but I can't confirm that the investigation at this point has has given it validity at this point.
Can you give us some insight? You talk about the work that the negotiators did throughout the course of the day. Can you kind of paint a picture of what that was like? Was it constant communication throughout the entire day, or were there ups and downs?
So the negotiation team had a high frequency and duration of contact with him. There were times when it stopped for periods of time, and like many hostage situations, the relationship between the negotiators and the hostage taker kind of ebbed and flowed a little bit, and sometimes got intense. But these negotiators, I'm telling you, I am so proud of them. Unbelievable work, really incredible work for 10 hours. Unbelievable.
About the 4 people that were rescued, how they are right now?
Yes, the 4 people who were rescued are not in need of medical attention, are with FBI agents right now, will be reunited with their family, unharmed. He did not harm them in any way.
Okay, last ride on my part. What can you tell us about his demands?
Other than what you heard on the live stream, I'm not ready to add any more about the demands. That they were specifically focused on one issue that was not specifically threatening to the Jewish community. That was not the specific demand.
Could you tell us where the hostages are now?
Where the hostages are now? No, I can't talk about that.
Did he really have explosive devices?
I'm not prepared to talk about that. One more question.
FBI watch list, and does he have any ties to this area?
That's all part of our ongoing investigation, and that will come out as we move through the investigation. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Colleyville Chief.
You are a law enforcement professional, but you are a member of this community and somebody who cares about this congregation. Just talk to me about today as a human being and what it's been like to watch this play out in your own backyard.
Well, Colleyville is one of the safest cities in Texas, and this is something that you don't ever expect to have in your own city. The rabbi is a personal friend of mine. He's a close friend of mine, and so obviously it's very personal. As he was, it's been put out in the media that he was one of the hostages that was involved in this. Yeah, it's extremely personal, but I see lots of hope. And what we saw was a crisis here, but there's lots of hope in how the community came together. I've received calls from my colleagues across the nation. I've received calls from people that I haven't dealt with in many years across lots of my career. This community, other churches have all reached out. Food has been brought. Our people have been cared for. And so, lots of people pray in today. I'm a Christian. I'm a believer. I activated that prayer network, and we're thankful that this came to a very positive resolution.
How were the hostages treated throughout the process?
I'm not going to get into that at this point in time.
Were they restrained in any way?
Yeah. Any other questions?
Chief, was the hostage taker shot, and was he shot by himself or law enforcement?
I think that's still part of the ongoing investigation. It's still an active crime scene, so while the situation has been resolved, evidence response team from the FBI is going to be coming in and going to be processing that. Bomb techs are clearing the scene as well, so I don't have a lot of information about that at this point.
Were all of the hostages adults?
Yes, all the hostages were adults.
Could you give us the age?
I don't have the ages of the hostages at this time.
And were there any synagogue members who were inside and were able to get out when it first happened, or was everyone that was held hostage the only people that were in the building at the time?
It's unknown at this time.
The evacuees are back at home now?
No, they're being interviewed by the FBI at this point. Thank you very much.
Say about why he took hostages at this synagogue?
No, we don't have any information about why this particular location, why this synagogue. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Have you talked to your friend?
Thank you.
All right, you've obviously been listening to Colleyville Police Chief Michael Miller there, and the Special Agent in Charge, Matt DiCerno, giving us an update on what's been happening and how all this unfolded. Izzy, I do want people to see, because although they wouldn't answer specific questions about how all this came to an end, We actually captured video of the moment that the hostages were able to escape. I do want to warn folks, this video can be somewhat intense, and I have to say that right out of the bat, but I would like you to take a look at it, and then, Izzy, I think you could kind of walk us through what we saw coming out of the back of it. So please take a look.
All right, so there you see the one suspect, two suspect there running out of the building, and or rather hostages, pardon me, coming out of the building there at the Beth Israel Colleyville off of Pleasant Run Road earlier. This was around 9 o'clock tonight, and it was the FBI hostage rescue team that flew in from Washington, D.C. That made entry there, as we heard from the Colleyville police chief, rescuing those 3 adult hostages. 1 adult hostage was rescued earlier. Colleyville PD confirming now that the suspect is indeed dead. Chris, the FBI special agent Matt DeSarno said something very important that I need to make sure that we make note of. He said there is no indication that this hostage situation in Colleyville is part of any ongoing threat. He said the suspect was focused on one singular issue, and that they do not believe that he was focused on the Jewish community, and they are not releasing his identity just yet.
Yeah, and I think, Izzy, one thing I really took a big part away from was the fact that the credit they gave, and due credit, honestly, to the negotiators who slowly and methodically kept this suspect engaged. You know, when you talk to hostage negotiators, that is one thing they say. It is a very slow and methodical process of building a relationship, a rapport, some measure of trust. They kept that going for 10 hours across 3 teams. He mentioned that it started with the North Tarrant Regional SWAT team, then went to Dallas, and then obviously that elite team, the hostage rescue team from Quantico that flew in from the DC area to take over there at the end. But 3 teams keeping this going for 10 hours is a true testament to their professionalism.
We have talked about a lot in the last half hour, so if you are just now joining us, I kind of want to recap what happened here. At 10:41 today, Colleyville PD received a 911 call about this situation at Congregation Beth Israel, that a gunman entered the synagogue and had taken 4 people hostage. The area around this synagogue in Colleyville was evacuated. Like Chris said, multiple agencies supported Colleyville PD throughout the day. They negotiated with the suspect all day long. And again, that FBI hostage rescue team came in from the Quantico area to help out. And ultimately, they were the ones who got it done. They rescued these hostages, and the suspect, again, is dead. Colleyville Police Chief Michael Miller saying that a lot of hope came out of this crisis that thankfully ended peacefully with all of these 4 adult hostages released, Chris. And that's pretty much all they're saying right now. FBI, Colleyville PD, and multiple sources. Of course, the investigation will continue from here, because we still have a lot of questions that need to be answered, including why this suspect ended up in this particular synagogue, who he is, and where he came from.
True. A lot of questions still to be answered, and we're going to stay on top of this, obviously, throughout the evening. But I do want to take you back to that moment that we exclusively captured, the moment when the hostages escaped. There you saw them running out of that back door, and then the suspect comes out, pointing that handgun right there, ducking back inside, and now you see the SWAT deployed, and it's at that point that they actually breach the synagogue and go inside. So there you have it. This was exclusive video showing you the moment that those last 3 hostages were able to run out of that back door, and then the SWAT engaged there with the suspect.
Chris, I'm so proud of these brave men and women. I can't imagine how stressful their jobs must be, but Man, they did a phenomenal job today. They saved lives. I know that hearts have been very heavy throughout Texas, throughout the nation tonight, and I am just so glad that all of this came to a peaceful end. Again, we are thinking about this Colleyville community and all of our Jewish brothers and sisters. Thank you for watching. We'll see you on News 8 Daybreak with overnight developments. Thank you for joining us, everyone. I'm Cynthia Isaguirre, and a 12-hour standoff at a Colleyville synagogue has come to a peaceful resolution tonight. It happened at about 9 o'clock when the FBI hostage rescue team out of the Washington, D.C. area was able to make entry. They were able to get 3 hostages out of that synagogue safely, those hostages unharmed, and the suspect, we can confirm, is dead. Again, this started at about 10:41 when the Colleyville Police Department got a call that a man had taken people hostage, 4 adults, inside this synagogue, Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. At that point, Colleyville PD went on scene, evacuated the area, and then multiple agencies showed up to try to bring this to the peaceful resolution that we saw today. But it would take 12 hours and a lot of hard work. We have exclusive video that we got just after 9 o'clock when we saw, there you see, 1 hostage run out, and there another hostage run out. 3 hostages were safely taken out of that building just after 9 o'clock tonight at the Congregation Beth Israel in Colleyville. Again, after that FBI hostage rescue team spent several hours negotiating with the suspect. They have not released the identity of the suspect, only saying that he is dead. The investigation continues now as to why this man came to this synagogue in particular, why he took hostages, and what could have motivated him. Thank you again for joining us, everyone. And, when situations like what happened at the Congregation Beth Israel today, it's important to have perspective from experts who have really been there. So joining me now is Greg Schaefer. He is a former member of the FBI rescue team and FBI SWAT teams. So Greg, it was the FBI hostage rescue team that made entry. When does that decision get made to go in?
Well, that's a national security decision. That's at the highest level. For the hostage rescue team to be deployed, it has to come from, domestically, the director of the FBI has to make the decision himself. If it's internationally, that directive has to come from the President of the United States. So it's a very high level decision on where and when the hostage rescue team gets deployed.
Greg, talk to us about what you saw unfold today and kind of explain to us how everything came to be, the negotiations, and the kinds of things that you have to think about from a law enforcement perspective to make sure this ends the way it did.
When in negotiations, it's a good time stall as well. During the negotiations, the investigators are collecting all the intelligence and all the information they can on the suspect. They're looking at his cell phone records, his social media. They're delving into the dark web to see if he has any accomplices. They want as much information on him as possible. And negotiations help further that along by keeping that hostage taker from committing any acts of violence. So they did a great job. In the evening hours, I think it was about 5 o'clock when that first hostage was released. I can promise you that individual was debriefed by the FBI at length. They wanted to know from him what the situation was inside. And a lot of the information they gleaned from that released hostage probably had a lot to do with their decision to make the entry. And during the negotiations as well, they're collecting all the schematic drawings, all the blueprints of the synagogue. The assault team needs to know where the windows are, where the doors are, what the entry points are going to be. What are the entry points made of? Are the doors steel or are the doors wooden? Can they go through the rooftop? Can they go through the walls? So again, during the negotiations, the assault team is doing intensive work in planning the assault should an assault be necessary.
How stressful is this? Because I can only imagine one wrong decision can be disastrous.
Oh, it's the most stressful job in the nation, hands down. I mean, you have literally seconds to make that life or death decision. Making the assault, they do rehearsals. They put the floor plan of the building, they chalk that out in a parking lot using either chalk or engineer's tape, where they measure the rooms and they walk through where everybody's going to go when they make entry. And then when they do make the entry for real, they've already seen the layout of that room or of that building, so it's not new to them. So there's a lot of strategy going on. intense strategy going on prior to the entry. And for them to make that decision to go in tells you that negotiations failed, that there was a belief on the FBI's hostage rescue team that violence was about to occur. The individual hostage taker was about to commit murder. And based on that belief, they made entry. Had they not thought that, had they not had the intelligence to think that, they would not have made the decision to enter, because they had the capability to stay there for weeks on end. We could have waited this guy out for weeks, if not months. And the HRT has done that on several operations. But for them to go in, it tells me that they had really good information, really good intelligence, that this guy was about to go sideways and start killing hostages.
From your experience, Matt DeSarno would not answer any questions. He's the FBI special agent. He wouldn't answer any questions as to the identity of the suspect. Why withhold that information right now?
It's an ongoing investigation, and they don't want to give up any information that could damage the leads that they have. They know who this individual is. They're doing a deep dive into all his associates, all his friends, and all his contacts. And to provide his name out now, those contacts, those associates, and those friends could then be forewarned. So they want to keep that close to the chest until they chase out all the different leads.
With this FBI hostage rescue team, how important is the collaboration amongst them, the teamwork amongst them to be successful?
Well, the HRT is one of 3 Tier 1 operating units in America. Everybody knows of SEAL Team 6. Everybody knows of Delta Force. The FBI HRT is actually the 3rd Tier 1 operating unit in the U.S. arsenal. They train daily. They have an incredible training facility in Quantico, Virginia. They work routinely with both SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force overseas in trying to capture and locate the worst of the worst. I myself was in Iraq and Afghanistan looking for Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, and they routinely train and operate with those other 2 units. So for the FBI HRT to be called out for this this incident, again, that decision is made at the highest levels.
You talk about negotiations. What are they saying to the suspect? What is the conversation happening?
Well, a lot of that conversation is based on the intelligence that they gleaned from doing the background checks on that individual. And again, we don't even know who he is right now. But at the same time, we do know that he did have a family, he had children. So the negotiators are probably really stressing the fact that he had a lot to live for, that people did love him, people did want to see him survive this. And ultimately, he made a bad decision and his life had to be taken.
What happens from here now?
They continue the investigation. They look for associates. They look for friends. They look for colleagues. They look for co-conspirators to ensure that this person was acting alone, and try to make sure that they can discount any connections to any international terrorist organizations.
Any final thoughts from you about what you saw unfold today, having been there, done that?
It's unfortunate that there was a life that had to be taken, but at the same time, this is definitely a win for law enforcement. It does show the cooperation of local, state, and federal law enforcement. And whenever you can secure the release and safety of all the hostages, it's a good day.
Greg Schaefer, with the Schaefer Security Group, former member of the FBI Rescue Team and FBI SWAT teams, we thank you so much for your expertise and for joining us so late tonight.
Thank you.
And we want to remind you that we will be all over this story constantly throughout the night at WFAA.com and on our social media platforms with a full update on News 8 Daybreak. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We are so glad that we were able to end with good news that all hostages are okay and safe. See you in the morning.